Wait a moment for Susan Franklin. Hopefully she joins us. Michelle, is Susan coming in or should I reach out to her?
She's not coming in as of yet.
Okay, I'll shoot her a text. Bear with.
Okay.
Okay, so she's running 5 minutes late. She's in her car. She is joining us. But why don't we go ahead and get started? At least cover just while we're waiting for her to join before we start voting any issues. Why don't we just handle some administrative tasks? So I'm going to go ahead and open the meeting, and then when Susan joins, if somebody can remind me if I forget, we just need to acknowledge that she's present before we start deliberations and voting things. But why don't we start with a roll call vote? Roll call attendance. Corey Evans.
Corey Evans here.
Ralph Dormitzer.
Ralph Dormitzer here.
Great. Francine Lyons.
Francine Lyons here.
Mike Dick.
Mike Dick here.
And Brian Host here. So we have not only a quorum, we have a full 5-person committee is seated at the moment, but Susan will be joining us shortly. Michelle, I'm just looking at the agenda for today, and I just wanted to make sure logistically we cover everything that we need to vote this evening, given this is really the end of the season. And the one item maybe I'm just having trouble with my notes and my memory, but the enterprise fund capital request that we're going to cover shortly, what still needs to be voted there? I don't want to deliberate the items. I just want to know what, if anything, is still outstanding to be voted.
Sure. So it's actually not outstanding. You voted the truck, but we only voted it at 80,000. We got the full quote back in with the trade in. So we provided a new quote. So we just wanted to revote.
So we just need to look at the new number and vote that logistically.
Yep.
There's nothing else we need to vote for any of the enterprise funds.
Not that I believe.
Okay, perfect. Just glancing down this. And the CEA capital request that's first on the agenda, which is separated from the HVAC. I thought we voted the vans. Do we actually have anything we need to vote for CEA at this point, other than the HVAC?
We didn't vote the vehicles.
We did not vote the vehicles. Okay,
No.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I know Susan, I just got a text from Susan. She's dialing in. Okay, so we need to vote the vans, and we still have some school capital items outstanding. Town hall, both roof, and I guess to some degree the citizens petition. Okay, and then we've got a catch-all on the agenda for all out. Well, okay. hopefully Susan joins us in just a moment. She's logging in and we can get started.
Here she is. She's coming in now.
Great. Thanks
Would
to
you
everyone.
like me
for
to? I'm sorry, Brian.
You go ahead,
Would you
Michelle.
like me? Would you like me to share the capital request, the list, or does everyone have their
Yeah,
own?
that's a fine place to start. It might be worth just spending a moment on, what you and I went through earlier today, so everybody knows where we stand before we start deliberating items and voting things.
Brian
Yes.
and Michelle,
Yes.
I would really appreciate starting with how much money we have to allocate.
Precisely, Michael. That's what we're going to do.
So I see it at the bottom of the spreadsheet, and I wonder if we can start there.
Yes.
Great.
I'm trying to bring Susan in. She's not coming in for some reason. Oh, here she is. Great.
Okay. Do we have Susan Franklin, Michelle?
Yes.
Because I do not see her. Susan, can we take your attendance for the roll call attendance?
Yes.
Susan Franklin?
Here.
Present. All right. Okay, so we've got all six. Okay, so the spreadsheet obviously is the perennial challenge. And let's start with what we have available to spend, and then let's walk through where we are relative to that number. Okay, so Michelle, if you just scroll down so we can see the bottom there. So on line 40, let me just start on line 40. All right. So you know the starting point. We have actually, okay. So you've seen in the past a spreadsheet that showed we had 1428 in order available to spend. Okay. And so we just provided a little bit more color here. The stabilization fund balance undesignated is 928,000. Okay. And that's versus our target of $1 million. So what that means is we overspent, where we never replenished our fund fully at the end of the last annual town meeting cycle. So, we came out of last ATM, having received an appropriation in, having made appropriations out, leading to a net balance of 928, which is a $72,000, let's call it 71,782. Let's call it a $72,000 deficit versus the 1 million target balance on this fund. All right. So we've added that in as line 41, just so people are aware of it. Those two numbers together tally up to $1 million, but we had 928 cash in the fund. At STM, we also picked up a $500,000 appropriation designated for town hall. Okay. It wasn't absolutely, well, I don't want to get into the wordsmithing of it. The intent was projects such as town hall, and certainly I think the impression that everyone was left with was that money would go to town hall. So let's just leave it categorized as such. Okay. And so if you add the 928 plus the 500, right, lines 40 plus line 42, you get to the 1428 number that we've seen in the past. Okay, in terms of the amount of money that's in the capital stabilization fund prior to this cycle. And it's $72,000 below where it should be, which is 1.5. All right. I'm going to pause there for a second. Is everybody with me so far?
Yeah, let me comment on this. I do not understand where this $1 million obligation to carry over has come from. I haven't seen that on any document that the town has ever produced. So where does that come from?
It really comes from two places, Ralph. One is that we've been doing it for years. Doesn't mean that that's the end all be all. But that has been the target and that has been the practice. And that is the number that we've worked towards, every year is really since we were able to, build and maintain a decent balance. So
let me digress a bit on this.
Sure.
Is no rationale behind it.
Yeah, there is. Let me give the
Okay,
second point.
right.
Okay. The second point in terms of the rationale behind it is we make our appropriations in May. The new money does not become available to the town until July 1. Okay. So we have to maintain a balance. We have to maintain a balance in the fund so that when people walk out of town meeting, they don't have to wait until July 1 to actually place orders for things, which is the legal requirement if you don't have money in your fund. That's why there's a balance here. This is a revolving working capital balance that allows people to walk out of that meeting with their positive votes and incur the liabilities prior to the new round of funding coming in on July 1. That's the rationale behind it.
That just simply says I'm carrying $1 million balance I never spend. Normally, if you have a stabilization fund, there's a rationale that says we need a stabilization fund in order to stabilize the tax rate for the town. And that's the way all of our current stabilization funds are defined. This one has no definition in our bylaws, as it turns out. And it seems as though we're picking a number like 50% of the actual spend as your stabilization retained number. That is a very high number and very unusual. And I'm not going to debate any more about it, but I do not, I not believe that is the right kind of way to do it. It should be a percentage of the actual amount you intend to spend each year, not an arbitrary amount like $1 million. It just, $1 million being 50% really is rather extraordinarily high. If we were to take that and place that in the general stabilization fund, you would be talking about having about a $30 million one. So they just, the rationale for each of these seems quite different. Anyway, so we have the same rationale.
Okay, we agreed we should have a rationale. Don't agree it's going to be the same rationale, because the items that come out of the general stabilization are generally operating related. And this is a capital stabilization fund. So if a big, gigantic capital project comes down the pipe that was unanticipated, that's why this is there. And originally it started as, it literally started as a goal to build 1 year's worth of capital spend. So if the world came to an end, we could continue on. And once we hit $1 million, we hit the brakes and didn't grow it any further. But that's the history of it. Look, I hear what you're saying, which is you'd like to have an extensive discussion about this, and what the right number should be. I'm perfectly happy as a team. We should be perfectly happy to entertain that request. I just don't think it's for tonight.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that there may be some reason not to actually maintain $1 million, but that's all. Right?
Yeah, they're totally agreed. There may be. Okay, so all that I just want to understand. So all that said, are we clear at this point where where the 1428 comes from in terms of the numbers coming into this cycle? Everybody good with that? Okay. Yep. Now, if you come up to line 35, this is this is some of the movement that comes this year. So the appropriation on line 35 is coming from the town into the capital stabilization fund. Would add another, 2,096,000. Okay. Out of that, we immediately are on the hook for $540,000 worth of debt service from past sins. Okay. And then on line 37, we've pulled out the deficit versus the 1 million target balance. Because in the past, when we've overspent that 1 million target, the objective has been to replace it the next year. So that's what that is. So it leaves us with 1484 that we can spend on items. Well, it leaves us 1484 that of items that we can spend. Okay, and just to be clear, the town hall stuff will come out of the town hall 500,000. So that's 1484, excluding the town hall numbers. Is that correct, Michelle? Sounds like I lost Michelle.
No, I think so. I think not, Brian. 1484 is 2096 sans 540 sans 71 782. 1484. So anything else, that 500 isn't in that bucket.
Right, the 500 isn't in that bucket. We
Right.
have 500 that we can spend down to zero is my point, as long as it's
Exactly.
spent on town hall. So when you, of the 1484, we can spend 1484 plus whatever it is that we want to spend on town hall out of the 500 bucket.
Exactly. I misunderstood you then. That's exactly
Yeah,
correct.
I just didn't, if you misunderstood it, understood, it means I didn't speak clearly. So that's what I was trying to say. So we can spend 1484 plus whatever we want to spend on town hall out of the 500 town hall appropriation.
And where does the 928,218 come in as the fund balance? Don't we start with that? And then add in 1484?
The answer is you can do the math two ways, Michael. But fundamentally you can add it all together and then spend it down to $1 million. Or you can do what I did here, which is take the 928, add the 70, pull 72 out of this year's budget, add it to the 928 to get you back up to the $1 million target, and then the rest is yours free to spend. But yes, the math will get you to the same place.
I'm still
I think
looking for the actual number that we're starting with. Is
I
it
think you really have to,
2096?
yeah, it is a really simple thing. It should be 2096 plus the 428 and then deduct everything else you want. Make it simple. I mean, this is
So
actually
simple as line 38, 1484,218 for what we're normally doing.
Correct.
That's literally if for the stuff
Plus
we're talking
whatever
about
we
here.
want to spend on town hall.
And town hall, we'll just leave that as a whole other bucket, and we won't even, that's something else. So we don't have to count town hall in our math here. That's out of different buckets. So 1484,218.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand the math, because from what I understand is that we add lines 35 and 40 to get our starting point.
Okay, let's do the math the other way. Okay, it's going to get us to the same place, but we can do it the other way.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, Michelle, can you scroll over to the left so I can see the lines? Okay. So we start at 928. All right, and I'm not going to go to 6 digits. We start with 928,000 on line 40 in the stabilization fund. Everybody with me so far? Great. Okay, we're going to add in 2096.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2096 plus 928 equals 3024.
Okay, and stop there, please.
Yeah.
3,024,000 is our starting point.
Correct.
well,
Okay,
500,000 has to be added in.
This is
Okay,
X town hall, Ralph.
500,000 was.
I know. We're doing this X town hall
Why would you do that?
yeah, let's
because
have
because one is earmarked and one's not.
It is not earmarked. Read
Okay.
your warrant. It doesn't say that at all. It says it's an informational. The suggestion is that it should go there, but is not a requirement of the warrant article.
I agree with that. Is it your suggestion that we spend the 500,000 that a lot of people think is going for town hall and other stuff?
No, I'm just saying, just make sure it's clear that that is added in. In fact, that we know what we have for a total, and then you can say, okay.
Ralph, it's on a separate line. That's
I see that right
let's
there.
not shortcut, Brian, please. Let's add in the 500 and then start taking out, including 500 in, 500 out. But let's be very clear on where our starting point is, please.
okay. 3024 plus 500. We're at 3524.
Okay, that's
Great.
my understanding, and I appreciate.
Great. And
We're
I'm just going to
getting to the
caveat this
same-
by saying some people in town think 500 of that's going to town hall. And I agree with you, Ralph. I understand what the language says, but I also understand what the impression is. So
Okay. There's two important parts of that. And the reason to keep a separate bucket is if we spend 182,450, it's not coming out of our normal appropriation of 2096. So again, if we're not going to touch it, and if we spend it, it doesn't come out of our money. You just put it over there. I mean, just for the record, I have no issues with how Brian has presented it. I've got no questions about how we got here. I think this is logical, and I'm actually getting more confused by trying to redo this. So you guys have fun, but I would really
Yeah,
like to
I'm
get
as
to
well,
this
but
stuff.
we're going to do it because some of our members are insisting on it. So we're going to spend as much time as it is to go through this and recreate the math and get to the same place. But that's just the way it's going to be, apparently.
Brian and Corey,
Yeah.
were insisting on it in order to get to a simple, clear starting point for the benefit of the town and our deliberation.
Okay.
So if you
The
want to
simple,
do,
clear starting point, just to be 100% clear, is 1475 plus up to another 500 for town hall. That's the simple, clear starting point.
Sorry, it's 1484. 218.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Sorry. Mike, can I give it a shot, Mike, if that's okay? So let's just do this the every year appropriation. Let's just say every year we get appropriated, and this year our appropriations are 2096. Of that 2096, 2,096,000. Yeah, I'm sure you're following me. Out of that, 540 is already subscribed to debt. Additionally, we overspent 71,782. So that comes out as well because we have to basically pay ourselves back because we're in a deficit now for where our accounting principles need to be. Regardless of what those are just how it's worked, and we can re-deal with those. But for us to be level set for the appropriations going forward, we have to subtract 540 because of the debt, and we have to pay ourselves back 71,782. So that leaves us with 1,484,218 to spend on the normal capital appropriations process. So excluding town hall, which will be spent out of a different bucket, not our normal appropriation, excluding any of the other funds. So that's how I understand it. Does that make it any more clear?
actually, no, I'm just doing the math
Okay.
on my page here. What I have is the 3524 that is our total revenue or cash to the plus side. And then we have three deductions, 500K for town hall, 540 for debt service, and 72K to bring the floor, as Sam Wakeman, rest in peace, called it. That totals 1,112,000, and I'm about to deduct that from the 3524, and I hope that is where we should come out. And where I get is 2,412,000, 2,412,000. And that's why I'm having a hard time here. Starting with 3,524,000.
Yep.
Then I take three large chunks, 500,000 earmarked for town hall, 540,000 earmarked for debt service, 72,000 earmarked for the capital stabilization fund deficit, so-called. If I did my math right, that's 1,112,000. When I subtract 1,112,000 from 3,524,000, I come up with 2,412,000 as our starting point.
That's exactly what I get.
Thank you for your patience.
Great. Now let me fix it for you. You just left yourself with a $72,000 capital stabilization fund if you spend 2,412.
Explain, please.
Because you included the 928 in the amount of money that you have to spend, but you never backed it back out. You only added the deficit. You only pulled out the deficit. So you still have to pull out 928 grand to get you to $1 million capital stabilization.
I see. So you're saying back out the reserve of 928 so that we maintain the floor, and we've already accounted for the 72 to make the million.
Correct.
So let me subtract 928 from 2,412. I get 1,484.
Which is line 38.
Very good. Okay, you have helped me understand, and I feel that it is proved.
I understand. Let's move on. So we have 1,484, okay, to spend plus another, no matter what, okay? And we have another 500 that we can spend arguably on town hall or arguably not. But for now, it's that special appropriation that has some discussion to be had around it. Okay. Those are the two pools of capital that we have available to work with. Okay. So against that 1484, what we have up above, excluding town hall and excluding a handful of other items that we discussed last week, didn't vote. Some of them we voted down, some of them we requested more information on them, but we're at 1475, so we're kind of right at that, just below that 1484 number. Okay, now a bunch of things happen in the numbers up above to get there, including a change in the I think the biggest things, if I could highlight them, the first is that sorry. The first is that the 1475, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, the 1475 does not include line 15. Is that correct? Michelle?
That is correct.
Okay.
And minus C15 and C19 as I look at the formula. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So first of all, the town hall piece will come out of that that $500,000 number. Okay. It's not that we're not going to appropriate it and spend it. It's just that, that's coming from a different place. The second thing is that the HVAC system, you can see on lines 18 and 19, the HVAC system for elder affairs has been reduced from 600,000 down to 500,000 in total. And it's been broken into two lines. There's the system, and that's based on additional work that Nick has done and additional feedback from the vendor. He believes that's going to be the appropriate number, but there's still a significant amount of discomfort around the risk of the bids coming back substantially higher. So they want approval for the full 500 with the intention of spending the 400. And if it comes in, where it would, then then the 100 comes back. 100 doesn't get spent; it just comes back into the capital fund.
But right now, as I read this, I see that 100K is actually not in the total of 1475. So there's a
right
there.
And,
right.
And so the concept for discussion here tonight. So your observation is absolutely correct, Ralph. The concept for discussion here tonight, when we get to it, we'll be appropriating the full 500, recognizing that we're overspending the $1 million minimum balance. It'll take us down closer to 900. Okay, under the assumption that 100 is going to come back. That's why that's not in the hard number. But yes, it would be appropriated. Yes, we will leave ATM having actually appropriated and a number that takes us below our $1 million target. It'll take us down to 900. But the assumption is that if they execute this well, that 100 will come back and we'll be back at our target.
Okay. That's
just the way this is laid out, and we're going to discuss that when we get to the CEA number. And then there are a handful of things that aren't on here. I think there's going to be there may be a discussion about the bus lease tonight, or sorry, the athletic vans tonight. There was more information that came over, but certainly leaving the meeting last week, my sense was, based on the poll we had, that people were going to need a whole lot more data to get their heads around that. So that's not in here currently. And I think those are the major changes that brought this to a number that actually enabled it to fit in terms of that 1484 that we have available to spend. So I'll pause there. That was kind of a lot, and it was top of mind, so it may not have been as clear as it might have been. But any thoughts, questions, confusion that I've created?
No, just quickly. Right now, as I look at the sum, it's C2 through C28. So that's everything that's there. And that includes also the level 3 charging stations, which are now in red. And of course, it takes out, of course, it does not include the town roof. So apparently there's still 45,000 in there for the charging stations. Am I right about that?
No,
No?
no. So I mean, you can highlight the sum total if you want there, but 45 that's a dash. It's a sum of C with subtractions for HVAC contingency and blah blah blah, C19 and C15 town hall roof. But level 3 charging stations is a dash. It's a 0.
It's
So-
a 0 in column C, Ralph, which is
Oh,
what
it
the-
is. Okay, since column C,
Yeah.
I cannot read it because it's totally redded out. I can't tell if
Sorry.
it's there or
No,
not.
Sorry,
the
so-
contrast is bad. Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
Totally.
all right, I understand. Right, got it. Yep.
Okay, any other thoughts, questions, clarifications that might be helpful?
Let's see what else we got here.
So for a starting point, it looks like we can fund all of the requests this year at 1.475 with the 1.484 we have on hand.
The requests that remain on this spreadsheet, as you see it right here, yes. We certainly had more requests than this, but
Minus the contingency. The contingency is backed out from the 1475 number.
right.
Yeah.
The contingency is, what are you defining as contingency? The
The-
floor,
the-
the $1 million floor?
No,
No,
the $100,000 contingency on the Elder Affairs HVAC system, Michael.
Okay.
So what we'll actually be approving, and when we get to that, we're going to discuss it in more depth. But if we were to do everything as it appears right now, including the contingency, we'd actually spend 1,575, excluding town hall. That's separate, okay? And we would spend, our fund down closer to 900,000 balance versus the million target, under the assumption that this 100 is hopefully finds its way home and brings us back up to
Right.
that million target.
Okay, so as a starting point, we can include in our deliberations the fact that we can afford all of these requests.
Everything that's still on here,
Right.
yes.
So we've eliminated the usual prioritizing and battle between departments on who gets what. And it would then be our job to decide, is this a good spend for the town versus where we've got competing demands. It's just whether or not we feel it's a good spend.
Yeah, that's fair. I also think it'd be fair to say that there's a lot of stuff that's already been nixed and or pulled
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
the nature of our questions has revealed it to perhaps not be the most compelling spend. So I think we are down to, the last of it in terms of stuff that really is standing.
Right. Okay. So that should eliminate, I would hope it would eliminate a lot of discussion on whether something is worth more than something else.
Yes, we're
Okay,
we're,
great.
we're largely past that, and I'd also point out that everything here that's kind of pink has already been voted.
Yes.
So
Yep.
a lot of this is already resolved.
Going
I,
forward, can we choose a different color, but instead of pink
Yeah.
for already voted?
Yeah, it probably should be green because it means it's done. We ran out of colors. Somebody
Right, we
came up with-
green stuff and then we screwed ourselves.
Right. There's one item, 28, the passenger vans is not on your spreadsheet, column
Correct.
C, and I would ask you to put that in there.
Sorry, you'd like to put that back in the mix for this? I mean, I think we're going to discuss it later in this, but right now it's not in based on where we left the last meeting. But yeah, if
Well,
Well,
where
you're-
we left it was we were looking for more information. So like,
Okay.
line 24, we also said we put it off to today for more information. And that number is there in column C.
okay, that's fine.
So with the same rationale,
All right. All right, so that, just understand, that takes us down closer to probably 870-ish.
mhm,
But yeah, it'll take us through not hugely through our $1 million balance or 900 as we were going to play this, but that takes us a little further through. But certainly
Okay.
we're going to have that discussion tonight, provided the school's here.
Right.
Okay. So 484, 16.7. So that would take us 23 through. I'm just adding it up. It would take us 23 below the $1 million, 23,000 below the $1 million balance. All their moving parts considered, which is not the end of the world. Provided that request is convincing in the end. Okay, so do we have any other questions about this before we actually get into the items and the votes?
Well, the only thing I would say is I think you've done a good job. What is interesting to me is that I think some decisions were made where we actually probably didn't make the decisions, but that's okay. The one I'm looking at, and I don't want you to revisit it, but I'm curious because I'd have to go back and forth between the multiple spreadsheets, which I've got spread all over my desk.
Yeah.
But anyway, one that did strike me, and I know that Brian Joyce has said we can postpone it, was the lift and the DPW building. I know he's agreed that that would be the third priority. So, but it is curious because that was one I had said was, in my own view, was a safety issue, and I would have wondered why we did that instead of doing the scale. I remember the discussion, but anyway, it's not here, and I'm grateful that you have made that decision for us. But I'm not sure that that was we all made that decision together. So anyway,
you're correct, Ralph. We didn't make that decision. He made that decision. So, in terms of priority.
I understand.
And as I recall it, he made that decision with Carl.
No, I just listened to it. I don't think I made a decision. But anyway, I accepted his view. But normally I would say I'd show many of these things and then maybe some column that says have decided to postpone or lower priority or something. I'm not disputing anything on this list. I'm just saying that when they're missing, I ask myself, well, why did they get missing? Even though I perfectly understand why. I love to see what we had and then what we decided not to do, rather than just say it's no longer here, like disappeared. That's all.
Right.
It's just a formatting issue in my view. So
sounds like we should keep a spillover sheet.
It just feels as though I don't have to cross-reference. I don't have to cross across two different spreadsheets to figure out what happened. That's all.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, with that, why don't we jump in? Unless anyone has any other questions on this before we jump into individual items.
No.
Okay, great. So first on our agenda is the CEA capital requests, and I think the only CEA capital requests we have left are these two vans, one line 16 and 17. Is that because the CEA HVAC is further down? So I think that's it for the two CEA requests. Is that correct, Michelle?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any further deliberation on these two items?
Just want to ask Michelle, how can we prevent another situation where the installation was either incorrect or the maintenance was not done properly and wind up costing us $500,000 after a relatively short amount of time in its lifespan? What can we do to get accountability and oversight on all of our buildings, but particularly those buildings that may not be I don't know what, those buildings that may not be under our usual purview, like the Wilkin Common.
Well, but this is actually an interesting point, Mike, because an important thing about the senior center is that we purchased that complete. That wasn't something that the town bid out or kind of was really involved in the construction. So as we buy, I think it's a lesson for judiciousness when it comes to buying other buildings. Like we went through that with Pleasant Street, we went through that with King Street, or if there's ever a moment in time where we're encouraged to buy a building, there's a lot of questions that should be asked, because this, the town wasn't involved in speccing this or building it at all, really. Not the town manager's office at all. So, we kind of bought something that was done, but that came with risks. And I think that you learn it kind of in hindsight.
Okay, so I know Brian is in the audience. Do we have that building under someone's supervision, direct supervision, and particularly if this does go forward, that are inspections, that all of the conditions for warranty are being met?
Maybe I should just clarify the Elder Affairs HVAC request is further down the agenda. But go ahead, proceed with the question. We've got several other items to get through before we vote that. But Brian, why don't you go ahead and answer the question?
So, ma'am, it's on mute right now, so, yeah, it's on mute, so, yeah. Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Yes.
Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. So the building is, and Corey was right on. So we bought the building as is, where is, and, you know, we're working through some of the systems that have issues, siding being one of them, and then this, you know, the heating system being another. So, yeah, it's under facilities. They're over there daily along with the rest of the
Okay,
13 facilities that they maintain on a regular
thank
basis.
you.
The ones that are not, I thought when you first brought it up, you know, you're talking about, you know, CSCR, the Parker Ave, or, you know,
Well, that,
the
there
Legion,
too.
those type
Yeah.
of ones.
Yeah, but you're right. All of those extra buildings need that same kind of oversight to avoid future problems. So thank you.
Yeah, so we have an asset management database, and all the equipment in there is in there.
Right, and you've got someone who's responsible for those buildings, watching
Yeah,
out.
Nick Berardi, our facilities director, but unfortunately he can't make it here tonight.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So back to the two CEA vans, the transport vehicle and the caravan. Is there any further questions, deliberation to have on line 16 or 17 of this spreadsheet?
No.
Okay.
They were clear.
Would feels like an appropriate time to entertain a motion. Would somebody like to move to approve these two?
I'll take the hit. Motion to for capital budget to recommend a spend of $25,000 for Elder Affairs new transport vehicle, and $42,175 for the purchase of a van of some sort as well.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further questions or deliberation before we vote? Okay, we will do a roll call vote. Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
and Brian Host, aye. So that's 5-0. Michelle, you go ahead and make those pink. And yes, we will come up with better color coding. Green, yellow, red seemed so simple until we needed a fourth color.
Who could have seen that coming?
Right. Okay, enterprise fund capital requests. So I've asked and Michelle has confirmed that the only enterprise capital request that's still outstanding is actually the need to revote the
I've got that in front of me. So it was 85. It looks like now it's 89, 167, 76.
yeah, and this was for the water department, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I was just hesitating for a second because I'm looking at the actual bid quote, and it says DPW on it, which threw me for a loop for a second, but yes, this is for the water department. Okay, so we'd already voted this at 85. We need to vote it at 89. You want to make it 90 just to I mean, we can vote this at this number or 90.
Let's just vote it straight. If we got the number and that's what's going to be, let's just do it. That way we don't have to answer a question later on.
Okay,
Agreed.
that's fine.
Okay.
Any other questions, deliberation on this? Great. Do we have a motion?
Motion to, should we revise it? Or do we really care? Michelle, does it really matter? We can just vote a recommendation. I don't want to
think-
double recommend.
Okay, I guess we'd have to vote to, yeah, to modify our prior, otherwise you'd have to unvote the prior one and then vote a new one, right? So I think this is just a vote to amend our prior appropriation.
All right, motion to amend capital budget's previous recommendation for the purchase of a pickup truck for the water department to 89,167.76.
Yeah, do we have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Mike. And we'll do a roll call vote. Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Francine Lyons. Francine, you're on mute.
Francine Lyons, aye.
Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Ryan Host, aye. Okay, so that's number 2 on our list. Next up, DPW capital requests. Let's see what we still have outstanding for DPW.
I don't think there are any since Brian decided to take that lift off.
Okay,
That'll be our first tranche for next year for him. So we
There you go.
appreciate that.
I would assume that would be first on his list.
We're not tranche.
Okay, which brings us to the Elder Affairs HVAC request. And this is it's shown on the spreadsheet as 2 line items. I guess we can discuss whether or not we want it on the warrant as 2 line items, but fundamentally it's a $500,000 appropriation with the goal of spending 400 and returning 100 to the fund. Does anyone actually have any thoughts or care how this appears on the warrant? Do we want to vote it as 2 separate line items just to set the, sort of the moral expectation that this money's coming home, or is it just going to confuse people?
I think it'll raise questions. I think if they really are looking for 500,000, then that's what we shall vote on.
Yeah.
And whether or not that 100,000 comes back, in a way, it's not something we can require. We can only hope. So I think
Yeah.
the request, the appropriation should be 500,000, and that we are going to count on Elder Affairs to return anything, or DP or facilities to return anything that's not used, as they would.
And just to be clear, they can't take this money and put it somewhere else. So if they don't spend it on this, it's going to just be trapped in a in an appropriation fund until there's actually a vote to release it. And one would hope that vote would release it back to capital stabilization, not the general fund.
Well, so that's the only question. My only thought on this was if there is ever a reason to borrow whatever we don't have. Like if we said we're going to keep the 1 million, or we're going to be really hard to that, we don't want to get into a behavioral pattern of using it all the time and trying to put it in the bucket. I'm not saying I'm saying that, but if that was something there, authorizing this as debt would keep our fund balance where it needs to be, and then with the expectation that first, free cash appropriation would go to clear that debt, would just kind of keep it separate. If the committee, I don't feel strongly either way, but if the committee felt like we really wanted to keep accounting of the overages and not tie up money that we need for something else, blah, 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 that would be a way to tie that bow. I don't really feel strongly about it.
So sorry, go on. Someone's speaking.
I'm done.
Someone else started and I cut them off. Whoever it was, please proceed.
I think that was,
It was background.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that was my son, sorry.
Okay, no problem at all. I didn't want to jump somebody's thought. This is a personal instinct, and I'll just share it. Okay, if we authorize borrowing, and then we have absolutely no control over ever preventing that borrowing from taking place, even to pay for the first $400,000, and we have no control over compelling anyone to repaying that debt.
I don't know if that's
And yet
catastrophic.
it leaves us, the capital stabilization fund, on the hook for the debt payments. That's the problem. So I would personally rather the town quote unquote borrow the money from the capital stabilization fund, rather than going through all of the, sort of mental cycles of debt authorization and then chasing that down. This just seems so much cleaner and simpler to me.
Cool. That makes sense to me as well. I just want to throw it out there.
Right,
If
this
we're
is a
gonna-
cash purchase, right?
This is a cash
Okay,
purchase.
so why are we even talking about debt? Just,
I brought it up if the committee was sensitive to
Yeah.
holding firm on the $1 million, that would just be a way to kind of have pressure in different directions. And if the committee doesn't
Yeah.
care, then I don't care either. I'm just throwing that out there. So,
Historically, we as a committee have been more comfortable overspending the $1 million target and then using, the target deficit as pressure to contain spending versus going out and borrowing to defend, $1 million worth of window dressing. And I
makes
would
sense completely.
suggest that we proceed with that path here. Like, we have the money in the fund. If we need it to cover this contingency, we will spend it, and that will just cause us to be more disciplined next year to replenish the fund, just as we're doing right now with the fact that the fund was left below balance last year. So
Perfect.
that would be my suggestion. I agree with you, Mike. Let's just make it a cash balance purchase, and let's just put it on as one line for simplicity at town meeting, and seems like that's the right way to do it.
Sounds good to me. That just was a mental exercise. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's a good exercise. There's different ways to do it, right? And it gets you, there are different ways to do it. Okay, unless there's further deliberation, feels like it might be time for a motion.
all right, I'll move that, the Cohasset Capital Budget Committee recommend an allocation or an authorization of $500,000 for repairs and upgrades to the Wilkett Commons HVAC system.
I have a second.
Second.
All right, here we go. Roll call vote. Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Brian Host, aye. There you go. Cue the music.
Is that a motion to adjourn?
We've got success. That's a nice touch to our meeting. We should have inspirational tunes. Okay, so next line item here, this isn't, well, maybe we'll circle back to this, or let me just ask because it's here. Is there a request out there somewhere for repaving 100 Sawyer? We've never seen this. We've never heard it. It's kind of on this list. There's no. I'm just curious. I mean, it's not on the agenda, so we can cover it further down. But it's right here at line 20 below this item. I'm curious. Does anyone,
Well,
Michelle
so
or Brian, can you tell us whether or not this should even be on this list right now?
Was that a question for me?
It's a question for both of you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this has been a discussion with Ted and the library for a couple of years now. It's not on our paving list, and it was kind of put on hold with the concept of the pavilion upgrade to the back side of the library, which I think that was going to include the paving of the parking lot or some work on the parking lot. So
Okay.
it's that, in my mind, that's where it stands. It
Okay,
wasn't a
so
request from DPW.
nobody's expecting us to discuss and vote this tonight. Is that the case?
That's my belief. I didn't know it was going to be on here.
It's just been on here, and I just, as we're chipping through this list, it caught my eye, so I wanted to ask the question. Okay.
Yeah, I think the value is correct, but I don't see it as a priority in my mind right now.
Okay, so let's
And-
make that.
And how are we currently dealing with this roads and sidewalks fund? We're just kind of appropriating that as a one fell swoop into the paving fund, and that just goes to that schedule. And because we don't vote on actual roads out of the paving fund, I mean, we're not voting on projects here, so we wouldn't typically vote on any of these anyway. We would just transfer it and let Brian and the select board and the roads and sidewalk committee kind of determine the best way to spend it. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've asked them to explain how they're going to spend it, but we've never voted a specific list of projects. We've voted an appropriation based on their explanation. So in the past, we voted 300, and I think I think we're in for what, 800? Did we not already vote that?
We didn't vote a thing for this now.
We did not vote it. Okay, so we will need to vote that when we get down to all outstanding town requests. Okay, so CEA HVAC is done. Now we move on to schools capital requests. And what do we still have outstanding? We've already voted the electric bus, looks like the Chromebook lease, the tiling, the furniture, the Chromebooks for DHS. It looks like we've got a couple of items outstanding, which are the bus lease, the projectors, and the athletic vans.
Can we start with the projectors, Mike? You had outstanding questions and start there.
Yes, we had asked the administration to come back with another estimate, if possible, in deploying more wall-mounted projectors versus mobile, in a hope of trying to reduce the amount of spending. Let's see, I think Susan Owen I see her in the panelist list. Maybe she can help us.
Sure, give me 1 minute, please. Michelle, can you promote Paul, please?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the question on the panels? So I know Dr. Sullivan went back to our technology department that did an actual inventory, and we had already revisited our the requests. So a few months back, the quote was for about $86,000. And we did go back and say, okay, who really needs the mobile cots because of wall space, basically. So, and he said there wasn't anywhere we could change over to wall versus mobile.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any other questions on this item?
No.
Okay. Somebody like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll move that Capital Budget Committee recommend the purchase of, I'm looking for the line item, projectors with interactive presentation equipment for Cohasset Middle High School, or is it just Cohasset High School?
High school.
Just high school.
Cohasset High School, $225,483.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Let's do a roll call vote. Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Brian Host, aye. So that moves to pink.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Thanks for coming back at that with several bytes of data. It got us to where you wanted us to be, so that's helpful. Next up is the bus lease. So on this, I had asked Sue just to come back with the data on what the cost of the evolution and the cost of the bus lease over the life of this program, which she has done. I also went back and looked at our warrants just to see what we've appropriated against this program in each year since its inception, which is kind of interesting. There were some movements in the numbers that I hadn't really recalled, but it brought back some logic. And Sue, jump in here if I'm reading this incorrectly. There are some years where we're transitioning from one lease to another where the numbers look a little wacky, but generally speaking, only because we weren't looking at a solid 12-month lease. It was either plus or minus. But the bottom line is we started out with a 7-bus fleet back in 2015 at $127,000 per year. We moved to an 8-bus fleet, it appears, in 2020 at a cost of $139,000 per year. And now we're at, those were also, as I understand it, flat nose buses. Although I may be corrected on that. And then more recently, beginning in fiscal 23, we switched vendors, moved to traditional nose buses, a fleet of 8 buses at $151,000 per year. I just want to pause there for a second and make sure I'm looking at this correctly. So is that summary accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. Anything you want to add before I switch over to the warrant and what we've appropriated in the past?
No, that was it. I know I had asked, for a slight an increase for the full lease, or at least a slight increase. Which is why I provided the data, just because prices go up.
Yeah. So on the flip side of this, I went back and looked at the warrant and the appropriations. And it's kind of interesting that the first year is kind of an anomaly because the buses came in at a weird time. So I'm not really sure this is relevant, but it was 53 in the first year, which was fiscal 15. I'd suggest people not focus on that number because it wasn't a full year. The buses came in late. And we kind of knew that when we ordered them, that they weren't going to be there for the full 12 months. But we appropriated for fiscal 16 at the beginning of this program at 75 a year. And then at some point we made an assumption that we were going to, and that was for a 7-bus fleet, just to be clear, it was 75 for a 7-bus fleet. At some point we made the assumption we were moving to an 8-bus fleet. And this number went up to 87, then up to 100, it went up to 87 in 20 for fiscal 2017. So this would have been May of 2016 for the fiscal 2017 year. And it was 87 for 2 years, and then it actually went to 100 because we were anticipating this move to an 8-bus fleet. And then what happened when we actually moved to the 8-bus fleet is we switched from the flat nose buses, I think, to the number came back down to 90. And I can't go back and really recreate why, but there was a 2-year period there in 2019 and 2020 where we budgeted 100. And then the number came back down to 90 in 21 and 22 and has stayed there ever since. So
was part of that because, well, I saw that tracks with in 2019, 2020 that there was a 156, 377, like the bus payments went up and they went back down to 139.
Yeah,
that seems to track with that. I don't know what the story is there, but was there some sort of transition period where we had an extra bus or something, or the Bluebird? I mean, there's something happened there that caused.
I'm not really sure, Corey. I can't go back and I'd have to do some real work to go back and recreate it. But we did go as high as 100, and then it's 100, and then it came back down. I think part of it was the move to a less expensive type of design of bus, honestly.
Well, I wonder if it was, I mean, it says that the first lease payment's 156, 377. I wonder if there was just an agreement with capital budget that we'd bump up for a couple of years in order to cover that, whatever $17,000 gap there between 2 years or something like that.
The 156 in 2020, I see that. What you can see is the lease dates. It covered 6 weeks of fiscal 19. And then 12 months of fiscal 2020. Oh,
okay.
Do you see that? That's why that number is higher. So there was a transition in there. And it may be as simple as we just agreed to cough up that transition cost. I just really don't recall. But I put those numbers out there and just see if anyone has any reaction or thoughts on this.
I mean, strictly speaking, I would like for us, we're already oversubscribed. I'd like for us to stay where we are in this lease period, right? If this was, I think in FY27, we're looking at new leases, we absolutely should have that conversation. And I think we probably should have adjusted for FY23 with the new leases. But since the lease is fixed, I feel like it's more appropriate for us to stay at our appropriation for the term of the lease, since the lease is also fixed. Understanding that it's going to go up next time around, but kind of redoing it halfway through is just a little bit incongruent for no other reason than it just is. So that's the only pitch I have.
So if I can just follow up with that. So last year we did ask for the full cost of the lease, and it was denied, and we were given just the 90,000. So we did ask.
Any other thoughts from any other members of the committee? Okay. I guess I fully cognizant of why the 150 ask was denied in the past. And it's because the whole program was put in place as a cost sharing agreement, not, not a pure capital budget lease. So that makes sense. Went from 127.
Yeah, we're at 60%. Is that the math you're doing right now, Brian?
Well, there was a different set of math behind this, which honestly hasn't been run in years, and that's part of the issue.
Okay.
And it was well, I don't want to bore people, but basically it was the lease cost plus the historical maintenance program cost prior to the advent of this program were added together. Sorry.
Brian, is this really relevant to taking a vote, or is this
no?
something that we
It's
can
really
push
not.
on?
I mean, if people want to make a motion, that's fine. I don't really have I hear Corey's point. I have some other thoughts kicking around in my head. I don't feel strongly about it. If people want to make a motion, I'm fine with it.
And if I could add one more thing. This was, we were in agreement with this at the time, but we're now spending about $48,000 a year to park our buses, which a few years ago we were parking at DPW. So, we now have to absorb that cost as well.
But that's totally different than the bus lease. That's a different expense and can be looked at in a number of different ways, including it's outside of this discussion on the vote.
It's outside of our purview, unfortunately. Yeah.
But I would urge this committee to meet over the summer and take up issues like this and do the deeper discussion, and we get into the ins and outs. But our mission here tonight is to get these votes in. And I don't feel it's really the time to be looking at alternatives to what's in front of us.
Okay.
And I hope we do meet over the summer and do take up some of these issues that require this kind of discussion amongst ourselves.
In the original lease, and Brian, you're saying there's a different number, but the original lease, it looks like we were always at like a 60% of the cost of the lease that we funded. That's where we started at with 15, and that's where we are now. So I think on going forward, I think that's, again, we can choose the number, but if, for consistency, and so the schools know what they need to budget, if we're just going to say we're going to do 60% of the leases, and that's kind of a policy going forward. So when they renegotiate, we're going up to 60 as well. Everyone knows where everybody stands.
We can certainly reset the calculation mechanism for the next go around.
Yeah. But I think you were on the right track, Brian, that it is a full service lease. So that includes maintenance and insurance. And I think that's what we backed out.
Yeah, I don't think it includes insurance, but the original calculation was based on an acknowledgement that this lease payment included 100% of the maintenance, whereas previously the schools were incurring a massive maintenance number.
Yeah.
The buses.
When I'm talking about insurance, I'm just talking about collision, like actual damage to the bus. I'm not talking about liability. That's generally in a full service lease. But that has to be why we got to this number. Like you, I don't recall specifically.
I roughly do, but I don't want to confuse and or bore.
Yep.
There was a very simple mathematical formula that was followed in the first several rounds of this bus lease that's, you know, since been basically atrophied and or abandoned, that led us to a very clear number. And at this point, we are halfway through this lease, so I hear what people are saying. Anyone else have a view on this, or does somebody want to make a motion?
I make a motion that the capital budget committee recommend $90,000 appropriation out of the capital stabilization fund for the bus lease for FY25.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other questions and or deliberations before we vote this? Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Corey Evans.
Corey Evans, aye.
Susan Franklin.
Susan Franklin, aye.
Mike Dick.
Mike Dick, aye.
Francine Lyons.
Francine Lyons, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay. Sue, I take Michael's comment that we should revisit this, and we should certainly be on the same page for the next go around of this lease, and we can certainly talk about that, you know, starting much earlier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Including the parking situation too.
I was just gonna say that, you know, and I'll make
Yes.
sure going forward that the parking situation is always on the list.
And I don't know if this makes things feel any better, but I just do want to be clear, you know, we picked up 100% of the bus lease on the electric bus. There's not a cost sharing split on that.
We are putting more money into the whole fund.
We're putting a lot more money into the whole pot versus the you know, we're putting in 115 versus, you know, versus 90 in the past.
Understood.
And it is a brand new bus, and hopefully we were able to use it as such.
So I was driving around the other day. Looked good.
It's already picked up a route. It's already working
Good.
every day.
Good. All right, that's good news. Hopefully this works as everybody hoped. All right, let's move on to the next school item, which would be, I guess, it would be athletic vans. Okay.
Yeah. Ken, I know last time, my apologies, Brian, I interrupted you completely. My
No,
brain's
please,
been
no.
on this. So no, I just wanted to, we talked a little bit about the ability of kind of leasing on demand for flexibility for scheduling, but also flexibility for demand, or renting on demand. I just was wondering if Michelle said that she was going to make some phone calls and see what was available. I just was wondering if there's any updates on that, because definitely want to try to help to solve the problem in the most budget friendly or, you know, most efficient way possible.
Sure. So Corey, I did call around to a couple of places, and because these vans are so large, unfortunately, the enterprise here in Cohasset doesn't house them at their location. There's 3 locations, Foxborough, West Bridgewater, and Wareham. However, this does fit their business model, and they are going to come up with a proposal for us for an on-demand service, because it is really their business model. So I don't have that yet, but I anticipate having it within the next week or so.
Oh, good news. All right, thanks. That sounds great.
Sure.
Okay.
So Susan, Owen, with that said, do you want us to pursue a vote or a discussion and a vote on these vans? It's, you know, the warrant closes next Monday. If it turns out that the enterprise proposal doesn't work for us, we can still bring this to the floor of town meeting as something additional. So just what are your thoughts on that, knowing that we have another option that still needs to be run down?
I mean, my initial thought would be I would rather have the vote either way. I think we're going to find the enterprise is not any cheaper than what we're already doing. It's probably more expensive than what we're already doing, or equal to what our outside contractors are charging us. And at least, you know, the convenience and flexibility of having our own At any given time, we can go, we can go to a game and go to a practice, we can move a team. When you have to actually schedule it, you don't always have the time, and there isn't always the ability. That's my only worry about looking, outside, which was part of the reason for, inside. It wasn't, it wasn't going to be a huge cost saving. It was more about our students getting to games on time, or at all, without having to cancel or reschedule, which is what we're typically doing now.
So Susan, would you mind explaining a little bit the documentation that you sent along?
Sure.
Just grappling with how it can be so expensive for us to operate our own buses versus renting someone else's with a driver.
So, yes, I don't know if you want me to share that document or if someone else has it, to share.
So if you want to put it up.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so I had done a quick analysis, because I know there was questions, and actually I, was digging a little bit deeper, and you can see, here it's transportation costs for athletics and or field trips. So, and you can see FY24 to date, FY23, FY22. So the outside vendors and what we've spent. So last year we spent 16. In FY22 we spent about 28. This year to date is about 9,000. Spring is our biggest sport, so the season's not over yet. And then you can see our own bus drivers and what we paid out of our operating and revolving accounts. So we've got the 27,000 to date, 22 last year, 17 the year before. So total cost that we spent, to date this year is 36,000. Last year was 38. The year before that was 46. And down below is the breakdown. So I don't know if anyone clicked on it. It gives you every trip and what the cost of the trip has been. And same thing with the buses. You can see the payroll. It's not broken down, obviously, for personnel reasons, but it gives you the payroll of what was spent on trips. And then I tried to, I summarized it here. And then when I scroll down, there's the cost to lease the van. So, there's a 36-month lease and there's a 48-month lease. I spoke to Mr. Dick today and reached out to the vendor to try to get a 5-year lease and see what the cost would be. I did not hear back, but I will follow up with that. And you can see what, one van per month, per year, or the length of the 36 months, and for 2 vans. And it's 36 months and 48 months. So, in a 36-month lease, the 2 vans in 3 years would cost us 109,000. And over the course of a few years, or 3 to be exact, we've already almost made up the difference. So there is a benefit, along with the flexibility, like I said, of our teams being able to just get up and go and not be late for practices or reschedule. I don't know if you have any other questions on that document. It was just kind of a quick summarization of the comparison between the two. It's not a huge amount of savings in 3 years, but it's there.
I guess my difficulty with looking at it is it's a little bit apples and oranges because, for example, 2024 Cohasset run buses, there's 17 trips versus the vendors is only 7. So when you look at it number to number, yeah, it looks skewed. But I was trying to really get down to the real cost of running a bus versus the cost of a lease, whether it's a vendor or us. And our costs just look, our cost looks very high. I thought maybe you had some of the lease of the bus in there, but you look at a 2024 vendor here going to a swim meet, or sorry, a hockey game, it's $765. That includes the bus and the driver, and our trips are $1,000 or more generally. So I was just trying to understand, why is that differential so high?
Which year are you looking at? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at 2024.
for the buses or for the vendors?
Both. I'm saying if you took it, if you just took an average of what we're spending for the buses versus an average of a vendor, I'm just trying to wrap my head around why are we so high?
I think for the CPS buses, that's more than one trip. That looks like it's invoiced or counted for bi-weekly, and the vendors are the individual trips.
So, I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, okay, that helps a
You're
lot.
correct. So if
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
so I
Yeah.
can't, this is the payroll, I'm sorry,
So there's
I mean-
multiple buses or trips in a single line item on our list.
Yeah. So I mean, the one thing, and I think we're all trying to get to the number where this makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm also trying to understand, the different levels of data, and I appreciate all of it because it's very helpful to see kind of where the stuff goes, because having a full picture is important.
Yep.
But I was looking just at the FY 21-24, where you kind of went through and graciously put like the van designation, and if I'm totaling up the expenses for 2023, which is halfway, we're halfway done. I'm at $3,630. So, projecting that out, you're looking at $7,200 there. So what I'm comparing that 7,200, and part of the idea that's attracted me with renting is that probably will go up a little bit, but also the ability to have more than 2 vans if we need it, right? So I think the delta I'm looking for is, okay, how many trips are we taking Cohasset buses that we could use a van? How many trips are we, renting out that we could use a van? And are there situations where, we could use more than one van would be cheaper? Like this is obviously, it's like a 3-body problem, right? But right now, to me, it still looks way more expensive to have these vans. And if it's a convenience thing, I feel like we can absolutely attack that problem in a more cost-effective way, because these vans, largely they're just going to be sitting assets. And we just had a big discussion about, the cost of the school buses that you run every single day. And, with a fixed amount of money that is available, there's got to be decisions about where that money goes from. So, in next year when the lease goes up again, these are ones that we're going to be stuck with, right? We're going to be stuck with another $40,000 a year that's missing, that we can't put towards the buses. So I'm looking, that's kind of where I'm looking for that real nugget that says, okay, it's a good trade-off for us to not have the flexibility in funding the school buses by having these on site, because there are going to be downward effects. And if we can figure out a way to do it without having a depreciating asset just largely sitting there and being used, once a week, I think there's just going to be cost savings on that simple calculation.
I've got a few questions, but I don't want to interrupt. People are pulling
Go ahead, Brian.
threads on their thoughts. So a couple of questions. So first, I'm just looking at the CPS bus numbers and the invoices. Certainly it appears that Corey's correct. These are bi-weekly. And maybe I'm just thinking about this wrong, but I'm looking at these numbers and trying to understand if these are just sports transportation, and how we do the transfer pricing, and which would drive this ledger. Because I'm struggling with a couple of these numbers. I mean, my recollection was we pay our drivers were prior to the latest round of increases, paying our drivers like, I don't know, $25-30 an hour ish. So in a 2-week period, we ran up $4,873 divided by 25 it's 195 hours over a 14-day period.
So we have to remember that this could be multiple trips,
Yeah.
and this is a 2-week period.
Right. So that averages 14 hours a day, every day for 14 days straight. So that would be, even if we ran 2 buses, that would be every day for 14 days straight. That would still be 7 hours per day per each of those 2 buses. I don't even know if we have 2 buses that were going out for 14 days straight on sports. And if they were, 7 hours seems probably about right or on the high side for a trip. But how do we actually do the accounting and the transfer pricing of this, over to the athletics department.
So this account number you
Yeah.
see here. Am I still sharing?
Yes.
So-
Well, no, but I
No.
printed it, but so maybe you
This
should
is-
share.
So the account number, so that account number is specifically school budget, athletic transportation.
Okay,
Nothing else comes out of it.
okay. And so when we send one of our drivers out on a sports trip, they flag this account and that trip goes into this account.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, some of them seem big, but what is what it is. I assume that's all working.
Yeah, I mean,
properly.
I didn't want to break it down
Yeah,
any much deeper, because then it would be listing employees' names and hours and dates.
yeah, we don't,
I can
we
get-
don't need the employees' names, but it's helpful to understand what we're looking at. The second question I have is, we've been renting this first student bus. Where does that fit into all of this, if at all?
So the first student bus is not in here at all. I didn't include that in the transportation costs. And
For athletics.
the end of June, and maybe even June 1st, the first student bus will no longer be here.
Right. Okay. So basically, we're carrying the entire cost of the first student bus in the regular transportation fund, not the athletics fund.
Yes,
Okay. And so when we provide a bus to the athletics department, we just charge them the rate of our employees.
yes.
Okay. Got it. And the last question I have right off the top of my head is, it looks like I'm just looking at, for example, the fiscal 2022 vendors spreadsheet, which on your summary is, the outside vendors is 28,000. That's the total cost here, including not only the trips that could be replaced by one van or two vans, but the trips that could not be replaced by a van.
Yes.
Okay. So to get to what we'd actually save, right, by leasing these two vans, we'd have to reduce these numbers for the trips that can't be replaced by a van, because we're including an outside vendor number that includes stuff that will not be addressed by vans. Is that fair?
That's fair. And again,
Okay.
it's probably a small
Yeah.
savings. It's more about availability and flexibility for the athletics department.
Okay. So the outside vendor numbers are overstated by a bit. I don't want to necessarily do the math, but they're the outside vendor numbers are accurately stated in total. A portion of these numbers could be addressed by the new vans. How about that?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, do we have any idea how much one of these vans would actually cost to purchase? And the reason I ask, and I just want to be completely clear, leasing is not the right answer in every circumstance. We lease the buses because we got ourselves into a real pickle with maintenance costs.
Mhm.
And the buses are driven like taxis, right? Start, stop, start, stop. It's a heavyware vehicle. The only thing worse is a police car, which runs 24 hours a day, and they're literally disposable after about 5 or 6 years. These sports vans will be collector cars before we put them out. Driving them, typically these trips are going to be less than 50 miles, and it's not every day, and you drive there, the van sits, it drives back, unless I'm thinking about this the wrong way. All that suggests to me these are going to be extraordinarily low mileage, low maintenance vehicles that are going to last a long, long time, which argues for buying them, not for leasing them. But we haven't really done that math or thought through that trade-off. Do we know what these vans actually would cost to buy?
That was in my email to her today.
Okay.
I asked for the cost to purchase and the cost for a 5-year. I just have not heard back.
Okay.
Brian?
Yes.
I think what we are looking for is the cost per trip under the two different scenarios. Dividing through the actual cost by the number of trips made, and then we can compare. I strongly feel that we should be following the same model as the school buses in terms of a full service lease, which includes maintenance and gets us out of that business. Even though the vehicles may last longer, we can also get a low mileage lease. It seems to me like we're still not ready for prime time on this purchase or this lease, because there's still more questions on how efficient it is. In talking with Susan earlier today, where we came to was this would be a tremendous help in terms of flexibility, but the cost is relatively the same. So the way I distill this down is, do we as a capital budget committee want to recommend this purchase in order to give the school, the administration, some more, not more, but considerably more flexibility in getting our students to after school activities? And if the costs, and we're still not certain if the costs are comparable or not, although it looks like it, if the costs are comparable, is it worth the spending to give the school department more flexibility to get students to after school? And that's how I see this question, versus getting into deep dives on rent versus buy and so on. We could move this to fall town meeting with more research if we wanted to. If in looking at our overall allocation, we feel that we can afford these two vans, I would be inclined to support it, but I would want to make absolutely sure that the town is not covering the 100% of the vans, but we're covering a portion as we do for the school buses, that we follow the same model in terms of cost sharing. So with that said,
before you make a motion, Michael, I want to make sure we continue deliberation before anyone makes motions.
I just said, with that said, I'd be curious to hear from the rest of the committee on my take on the situation. Do you agree that really what we're debating here is spending money, equivalent amount of money, in order to give the schools more flexibility, rather than going into the mechanics of it all?
So I think the flexibility is obviously the goal, and there's a lot of baked in assumptions here, right? Which is, also, we got to have someone to drive the van, right? There's a lot of things that are built in here in the assumptions, and, whether the teams even want to take the van. There's a lot of stuff here that I think needs to be fleshed out for this to be super, super clear as a best way forward. And it could be anything. I'm open to anything on this. And if we're going to use them, and there's going to be, if we find that we're spending more money renting these, I think we can find a better way to fix the operations problem than making a big capital investment. I do agree that if we're going to make a capital investment, that we should look at both options. I don't necessarily think that even if you don't drive a car, it still needs maintenance. So it's not like something where if you just park it in a field, it's fine. A lot of systems actually fail much more quickly if the car is not being driven, especially brakes, tires, those sorts of things. So having a vehicle that sits for 2 months and then somebody goes to use it and the vehicle can't be used, now creates a whole nother problem, right? Because there's an expectation that the vehicle is going to be available. So this is why part of having a full service lease is good, but that's also the discussion about renting something where we have some sort of assurance that it's available to us, because these vans will need service, they will need repairs, there is going to be times where they are off the road. So all that goes into this, and so I still have more questions on whether it's the best path, and then I'm also have questions on if it is the best path, what's the best way to do it. So I'm still on square one, Mike. I think what you said in the beginning, which is I'm not ready for prime time on this, would be my take. And I'm for obviously spending money on this stuff, but I want to be sure. Also, recency bias here. 2 years ago we spent a bunch of money buying vans for the senior center. 2 years later we learned that they weren't the right vans. Right? We just learned that lesson. And wouldn't it be great if we had a couple weeks or a couple months of trial run for the seniors to say, oh, these vans don't work at all? I don't expect that to happen here, but it could, where it just doesn't work as well as we think it does. And this is a big commitment. So I'm talking in circles now.
I'm on the same page as Corey and what Mike alluded to too. I want to get there, but I think there's too many questions still that aren't answered, too many assumptions, and like Corey said, whether or not the coaches can or will be able to drive them, and I think that's a big assumption here. And if they are, is there ultimately a cost associated with that? Is that an additional stipend or something that's needed for that? I don't know. So I think there's more questions than answers right now. So I would agree that this maybe needs to be just dug into further.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that I would still feel more comfortable knowing what the van's purchase price is, and all we see is a lease number, and
Right.
I kind of want to know what the purchase price of the vehicles are. Having spent a lot of my career in the leasing business, there's a lot of games in leasing.
Yeah. Ralph? Doesn't sound like Ralph wants to share anything. So I reached out to Sue earlier today, Francine, with regards to the question about the drivers. I didn't copy anyone because I didn't want to violate, open meeting law by creating a dialogue outside of the meeting. But Sue, with regards to the drivers, what did you learn?
So I spoke to Athletic Director Rotundi, and he said the drivers would be I'm sorry. Sorry. One moment, please.
Occupational hazard.
And to piggyback off that, I know she just stepped away for a second, but I don't know if we've talked about, I'm sorry if we've missed, with these vans, then where would they need to be stored? And if we're paying for the buses now for the space up on 3A,
Yep.
Does that mean now
I'm
that
sorry.
space is going to, the cost of storing them up on 3A, that's going to increase, assuming we can't fix that situation anytime soon, that now we need 2 more spaces, and that's going to be an increase now too, to store them overnight for the long term.
Don't know if you caught that, Sue, but
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Sue. I was just piggybacking off the driver, what, if any, that cost there may be associated with the drivers, the coaches and all. But in addition to that, then taking on these 2 new vehicles, they'll have to sit somewhere overnight, every night. And assuming they sit where the buses sit, does that mean if we don't address that issue in the next couple cycles and they sit with the buses, does that mean up on 3A that we're going to have, that cost is going to increase now too, because we'll need 2 extra spots for these vans for parking? So I don't know that I heard that was looked at.
So we haven't decided where we would park them yet. We haven't made it that far. They could, and probably a good portion of the time would be parked at the school out by the athletic department. Maybe when sports are over at night, they might be dropped back off at the 3A lot. I have a locked-in price for the next 3 years.
I see.
And unlimited number of vehicles as long as there's room.
I see. Thank you. And what about the question that Brian had said, you guys had talked about the drivers and all.
Drivers. So when I talked to, sorry, that was when the dog decided to.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, teenagers coming in the door. So no, when I talked to Athletic Director Rotundi, he said that the coaches are very excited about actually having the option of getting in the van and driving to where they need to go, because they're constantly running late. or missing activities because of it, and they're not looking to be paid anything. And the coaches that don't want to do it don't have to. There are plenty of coaches, including AD Rotundi, that could be driving. So there isn't cost other than obviously increased insurance on the vehicles and gas.
Thank you.
And I have one additional question, which I'll throw in. So right now, these costs are borne by the athletic fund. Is that correct?
It's split. So there is that athletic transportation in the school budget that we just looked at and talked about. And then there's the athletic revolving account. So obviously when the athletic revolving account starts to get very low, we hit the budget instead. Because the revolving can't go in. I mean, neither one can go into the negative.
Right.
But we try to divide it up so it's an equal spend, and we don't go into deficit with the revolving.
So there were 2 athletic funds that you hit before you go into the regular budget. Is that my understanding?
No, there's one revolving and one in the school budget.
So there's an athletic. Is it an athletic transportation or just an athletic revolving fund? Period. Hard stop.
Athletic revolving, hard stop. So
Okay.
that includes everything.
It includes everything. Okay. All right. Okay. And if you don't mind me asking, where's the balance of that fund stand these days?
Give me 1 minute and I can tell you. We've been pretty good about keeping those balances down. Because when I came on board, they were quite high. But I can tell you, athletic revolving right now has $4,227 as of March 30th.
Okay, so basically you're spending out of your operating budget at this point.
Yes. That was as of March.
Yeah.
So if there was any deposits in April, which there was, I'm sure a large deposit because spring sports fees came in. So that number's probably more like 10 or 15,000 now. But again, the coaches will be paid out of that as well. So.
Right. Okay. All right, that was it for my questions. It feels like there's a consensus that, and I'm just going to speak my observation as opposed to making a factual statement here. My observation is it feels like there's a majority of people who feel this isn't quite ready. That's just what I'm hearing. So I don't really have anything further to add. Are there any other questions, clarifications people would see?
Yes. I would like to set expectations for this school administration on this request.
Yeah.
And we have the option of asking them to come back, even if it's after the warrant closes, with more information that we can take up at another meeting before our annual town meeting. That's one option. The other is just ask Susan or the administration to come back for special town meeting in the fall with a more with help or input from some of us on this call to try and find a solution for them. And that goes back to the previous discussion about let's meet over the summer with a school administration and do the deep dives versus on a night where we're trying to get votes done.
Fair.
Do other members of the committee have a preference as to which way they'd like to go? I mean, I do, but I want to hear from others first.
Well, I'm hearing two different standpoints of concern, some more on how the program would operate and others on numbers. I'm on the number side of it.
Mhm.
We've had this come before us before. We've talked about athletic vans in the past, and I think we've brought up some of these concerns previously. I do know other schools have found a way to get past those things. So for me, it's really a numbers issue. I really just want to know what these vans cost if we were to buy them outright. So if we can find that answer, then I can get more comfortable quickly.
Absolutely. I will reach out to her again tomorrow.
Okay. Others?
I mean-
Sorry, Francine, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, I'm in the same camp as Susan. I'd just like to get my arms around the numbers a little bit better. I think her point about what it would cost to just outright buy these is a good one, and I'd like to see that too.
I mean, I would really like to have a trial period for all these assumptions. I mean, I'm also just as a parent perspective, right? My kid goes from being on a bus with a professional driver to why don't you drive yourself? Like, I'm worried that the uptake of these isn't going to be as strong. And what if one coach is gone or you need two buses? Like, I'm seeing through the different scenarios here and going, there may be a lot of scenarios where this doesn't work. And I'm really worried about tying up money in this going forward, again, for a fastly depreciating asset that I have concerns about just how much it's going to be used. And I would like to be sure that there's no way to do this otherwise. I'd rather spend more money for 1 year and figure out that we absolutely do use these by, renting them or doing a 1 year, whatever it is, rather than kind of getting in for 3 years. And then, just like I said before, finding out that some of these assumptions didn't work out, or there's even a better way for us to do it. Maybe we want 3 van. I mean, there's something here that we just don't know yet. It's both numbers, but also operations and how much it's going to work for us. So I've got across the board kind of questions that make me uncomfortable making this investment right now.
Okay. So let me just ask a question and pull the committee for a second. Do people want to try and put a placeholder on this warrant now and try and figure it out between now and town meeting? Or do we think that's unrealistic and or sloppy and we should just be working on this for fall? I mean, that seems like that's really what, the two alternatives that Michael suggested. And I agree. And it seems like that's the decision for tonight. And if we put a placeholder, and if people do lean towards putting a placeholder on there and trying to work it out, which never really works very well, what is the placeholder? Because this has to go to print. Like,
Yeah. Well, to Corey's point, right now we're looking at buying 2 of these or leasing 2 of these. Is it a good idea to contemplate one as a trial?
Well, or, for a year, this also has to go through other boards, right? And the question that we have here is a preview of all the other boards too. And so, I would be more comfortable not having this as a goal for the fall for some resolution. We get some data, we get some numbers. I don't want this to not go forward if it's the right plan. And so I'm a little bit worried that in the next 3 weeks, we may not have the data. It's not going to be enough time to really collect. We have all the data now. So, if this is, I always say things, right? If a good plan is worth it, it will stand the test of time, right? We can do this in the fall. If this is the real good plan, it's going to save us money then too. So there's no need to try to get it done before we're sure that we have optimized its execution.
Others?
I think waiting until special town meeting, or collecting more data and representing this at special town meeting, because this isn't a $30,000 ask. This is a $120,000 ask for
3 years, and $30,000 per year every year after that.
That's what I'm saying. It's a 4-year lease, right? So this isn't a $30,000 ask. This is a lot more than that. So
right. I mean, fundamentally, it's a perpetual ask.
Fair. Fair.
Well, I mean, if it actually turns into perpetual acts, then the program works and we're in a good place, right? I'm almost worried about the inverse, really, which is that it ends up costing us more money and we're not using them. So
Right.
Yep.
Michael? Your preference?
I think we have too many questions and concerns to be able to pull this off for annual town meeting. And Susan has really done a lot of work already, but I think there's still a lot of work to go. And, the point that Francine just made about the total cost of ownership being, in six figures, it really needs to be carefully weighed. And we should be working with Susan, Susan Owen, to help her, come up with the right proposal, that shows that yes, there's a cost benefit here. These are the savings. This is how the program would work. This is the split in terms of how much the schools are putting up versus how much the town side is putting up. Those all seem to be the major concerns that I've heard, as we debated this. I'd like to see it work, but I think we all need to be solidly convinced that it will.
And it feels like ATM's coming too fast at this point. Is that fair, Michael?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's pretty clear we've got a majority of people feeling like we need to do more work, and it's probably not realistic to get that done in a way that would allow us to print something today or Monday, and then backwards engineer into a yes between now and town meeting. Which I agree. I mean, I was just sitting here, my head was spinning, like, what would you put in the warrant to try to get to yes on? It would give you the flexibility to get to yes, and it's like throwing a dart at this point. So okay. Any further discussion, or would somebody like to make a motion?
Well, I would suggest that Susan ask us to table this and then consult with the superintendent perhaps and ask them to withdraw this proposal for this town meeting. But I would guess that it's the superintendent's decision. Susan, am I right, or is that? I would hate for us to vote it down. I would prefer that you withdrew it, knowing what you need to do to get it to the finish line.
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to check with Dr. Sullivan and see what's the proper route.
Okay. So
it also, Mike, to your point, it also, I think, may involve the school board.
Yes, because they voted it.
Right. So we, as a committee, have the option of just leaving it on our list, as we have not acted on it. I mean, is that?
I don't think that select board has finalized this warrant article. So, I think usually, capital budget goes through its, and then whatever is recommended by capital, it gets officially put on the warrant by select. So I don't think there's anything to undo here. If we don't vote to recommend, I don't think it will be on the warrant. Unless the select board chooses to, they could very much send it back to us and say, we don't care, we're putting it on. And then we could vote against it or vote however we end up.
Right.
But that's, at this point, I don't think we're forced to have a vote because the select board hasn't forcefully put it on the warrant yet. So, I mean, it could come back to us, right? To your point, Michael, earlier, the ping pong could bump back. We've said a bunch of questions here, a bunch of concerns. I'm sure that advisory will have the same. Select board typically will hear those things and decide what to do. So, I think we can just leave it here and see if it gets ping pong back to us or not.
Okay, but just so everybody's clear, if we have to vote this tonight, how do I say this? we have to vote this tonight. It's not going to be the answer the school's looking for. Is that pretty much the summary? And what we're trying to do here is an extended courtesy through no action, as opposed to sending a signal that this is a terrible idea.
Yes.
I mean, yeah,
It's just not ready. It's not ready yet, and we want to be sure we do it efficiently. And that could be
Right.
more buses, that could be less buses, that could be different buses, right? So we'll get there.
but yeah. Okay. I guess, Sue, I just ask you if you have any thoughts or feelings about this, just recognizing where our committee is and what we're trying to do. I mean, we can certainly vote this if we have to vote this. I just not sure that's helpful.
No, I'm good with tabling it for now. I mean, obviously we only have a month and a half left of school, and then, you know, we don't need them for July and August because
It affects the fall season, really.
It also gives more time.
it gives us the time to get the rest of the information that you're looking for.
Right. I mean, are you and your team comfortable formally withdrawing at this point, or do you need to check with school board? What's your thought on that? Just what's the right mechanism?
Yeah, I have to check because I'm not sure once the school committee votes. Paul, I don't know if you have any insight on that.
Yes, I believe that we'd probably have to all talk about it.
Okay.
There are some good concerns here. I do think it would be okay to table it. However, the only thing is that in July and August, it won't be used. I can see that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the point that there's a lot of different things that could be used for the buses that aren't being used now, like a freshman basketball team that we're thinking about starting. That would be in the fall. So that's kind of something that we'd like to talk to Steve Rotundi to see exactly, you know, what a plan would be. So I do think that it needs some more fine tuning, because maybe it's a good idea to buy one and just have it and maintain it, and maybe that is. So I do recognize that more work needs to be done, but I'm just one school committee member, so.
Right. And that's what we're trying to be sensitive to. Okay, so let's not vote this. Hopefully it doesn't end up on the warrant. If the school committee has a meeting scheduled, it might be good to formally withdraw this so that there's no risk of it ending up on the warrant. Or alternatively, you know, I suppose the select board can simply not put it on the warrant. That particular one line item, that might be a simple solution that would save you guys an administrative action as well. But the goal here is to avoid a no vote on something that, you know, may actually get to a yes at some point in the future. All right.
Right. So Brian, do you suggest that we bring that up as an agenda item, and then maybe we can vote to take that off, and that way we'll get everybody's consensus?
I think logistically that's what would that would certainly ensure that it doesn't go on the warrant, and certainly ensure that it won't result in a capital budget vote. Because if it goes on the warrant, you know, and we're stuck at town meeting having to explain ourselves, we will vote it between now and then.
Fair enough.
We'll have no choice but to vote it between now and then.
We could make a recommendation or a vote to defer, but I think that's unnecessary motion. I mean, the sense of this meeting is pretty clear, but if you wanted to.
Yeah, we can do that too. That's actually a fine recommendation. Corey, there's no downside to that. That's not something that goes in the warrant necessarily.
Okay.
And if people don't defer, then we're gonna have to vote the item, right? So.
All right, let's just do a bookend. I'd make a motion that capital budget moves to defer voting on this item to a future unspecified date.
Okay, including a future unspecified town meeting?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let's do a roll call vote. Susan Franklin?
Susan Franklin, aye.
Mike Dick?
Mike Dick, aye.
Corey Evans?
Corey Evans, aye.
Francine Lyons?
Francine Lyons, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay. So, so the spirit of that discussion is let's keep working on it. And there may be a way to get to yes at some point.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, thank you for all of your time and effort.
No, thank you for your patience. It's just a lot of digging. It's a lot of digging.
Yeah,
It is, but you know, once we set this up, if we do it right, it becomes just a rollover appropriation year to year, right? And so it's worth doing the work to get it right at the outset, so we know why we're doing it in future years without having to talk about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, thank you so much.
So the only other item on the schools is the you know, there was a safety line item on here for $250,000, and I know there was a presentation that came over earlier today, in part in response to, you know, the comments of the committee last week. I guess the question is, you know, is this something that you all, you know, the school and all of its committees that would vote on this item, you know, still want to push forward at this annual town meeting, in which case we have to discuss it tonight and vote on it? Or is this something that, you know, is going to wait to a future town meeting?
No. Well, I'd like to speak from a committee standpoint. We voted 3-2 to move this forward, and we continue to do some due diligence. Sue, could we present one of the line items on it, which is outdoor signage? We spent some time today putting some things together. Do we have time to show you some of the items that we're talking about?
There's time, but well, we don't have the choice of there not being time. But I want to perhaps just preface this conversation, Paul, and you know, we had I think a healthy dialogue last week, and we will again this week if necessary. But I've been through this. I've been through this PowerPoint, which, you know, Michelle included on an email earlier today. I don't know if my colleagues have had a chance to go through it or not as well. And I'm not really sure we moved any closer to having what would comprise, you know, a request that we would actually be able to vote in favor of.
Right.
And I can spend some time articulating why that's the case, but if that's helpful. But we're just kind of nowhere near sort of the level of detail and cost data,
Right.
or even the separation, frankly, of operating expense versus capital expense that would at least allow me to vote for this. I don't know how others do.
Yeah, and to that point, Brian, I can only say, like, the a lot of it's vague, but we've been working due diligently really hard on this. So, like, if you could let us just show you the signage, this is just one line item. And if we need to get to each line item so that we could maybe table this and present it to you, but this is something, like, you got to remember, we don't have a staff, we don't have a lot of resources to put this together, but we did put a signage piece together. If we could just share that piece, then maybe we can piece this up so that it would be favorable for you to vote on it. Sue, can you share that present with the signage, the outdoor signage?
Brian, if I may.
Sure, Michael.
I think this request is coming in too late for us to take up tonight. I think to give it its proper attention, this is a lengthy PowerPoint. I can see a number of items here that I have questions on. I'm sure others do too.
Right.
If we were back 3 or 4 weeks earlier, we could have, but given we are already at 8:05, we have scheduled an hour left. I intend to drop off at 9 o'clock. I think we need to move this to another night. And I don't think it's ready for prime time for our annual town meeting either, because we've not had a chance to even look at this. You know, we received it this afternoon. So it's, once again, we're getting hit with 11th hour requests of considerable size, which doesn't help us in our work, and really just it misleads the proponent into thinking that there's a chance that this can actually get through in the 11th hour.
It's a fair point, Mike. I'm trying to be flexible, but at the same point, I may be sending a signal that, this is a better chance of getting to yes than it realistically does. How do others on the committee feel before we decide to spend time on this tonight?
I really appreciate the presentation. I think it was excellent for me to understand what the ideas are. I think there's a really good lead off hit for where we need to get to. And so I agree that a lot of this stuff I'm looking forward to diving into, right? We've got this fund that we need to spend because there's needs at the schools, and there's some really huge needs, the fires, the fire alarm system, the roofs. Those are the big things, but that also means a lot of other stuff needs to get done as well. So I think I'm looking forward to diving into this. I don't think we can dive into it enough, Brian, to your point, on the line by line item to really understand what we're voting on. But I would like to ask, I did notice, I think in slide number 2 there, the idea that, my apologies, the lit sidewalk thing, for the crosswalk, that's something I see all over the place. Do we have a line item bid for that alone? Is there one kind of safety thing here that stands alone on itself that we can say, yeah, this is something that rises to the occasion for us to just get done now? And all the other stuff we're going to talk about. Sue, do you have 1 or 2 line items that are really, hey, we should do this? And we can just leave it at that.
Well, could I speak to that? Because that's a great point, Corey. I do think some of them aren't ready for prime time, and I appreciate what you're saying about we understand that there's safety concerns at the crosswalks and stuff. And what we can do as a subcommittee is we can meet with the DPW and try to get them to patch up some of the stuff for as much as we can. But one of the line items that is something that I'd like for you guys to look at would be a couple of these pieces, and one of them is the signage, and understand why.
I can't hear him.
I lost volume. Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me, guys? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
No.
Okay, so one of the things one of the best things that I can tell you as being on the committee in 6 years, and we've done a lot of good work with Dr. Sullivan and Sue and all the committee members, and this administration has been unbelievable. And I really appreciate the teachers and the people in this town, because I've been able to raise my kids here, and it's awesome. The biggest thing that I think that we did as a committee is we separated the high school from the middle school. And that's something that now the school has its own identity. It has its own principal, vice principal. It's such a huge thing that we did. But I got to tell you, the signage is a huge part of that. And it's unfortunate that Dr. Sullivan can't be here tonight, because he was going to express the same, he echoes the same things that we're talking about. So I would ask if you could look at least this line item and a couple other line items that we can bring to you that are pretty much there. And I talk about the auditorium that needs to be cleaned up. And then if there's any kind of way that you guys can give us some kind of guidance on how we can get these things fixed, because I think that everybody in this committee has an important role, and I appreciate everything you guys do. I know it's a voluntary position. However, we're looking for some guidance to try to get these line items done. So if it could be 1 or 2 items that we've already got addressed, and this would be one of them, the signage, we have prices, we have everything all done that we did. We do have prices on the flooring for the auditorium. We do have a guesstimate on the painting that we think that we could do it in-house if we could get the funds to do it and save the town a lot of money by having our custodians do it. But we can't have the custodians do the painting if there's no funds available.
Okay, so Paul, I'm really, that's great information, and I'm glad you brought up the point about the challenges of figuring out where things go. I think we mentioned it last meeting, and I reread or re-reviewed, I guess it's a double re, the policies with the stabilization fund, and the stabilization fund's really carved out for critical infrastructure needs And we're supposed to still be using the capital stabilization fund for things like signage. Like those things are still supposed to go through the normal appropriation through the capital stabilization and be weighed against other stuff. So I don't think we can actually spend, we can't actually spend like the stabilization fund for the schools on signage or, you know, really, I mean, I want to say aesthetic stuff, but it really is worded to be tightly controlled to be available for that big stuff. So the signage, I think, has to go in the bucket that's not the school facilities fund, just on my reading. And obviously the select board is kind of the ultimate final arbiter on, you know, kind of what flows to us. And as I said the other day, we can't put anything on it. You know, but that's why I was asking you, is there a very, you know, and I think padding, I think like even the wellness center, I've got actually a couple of families who are heavily involved in the wrestling team, and they had questions too. So there's a lot of stuff here where we got to talk about it and figure out where we're going. For this, for the stabilization fund, because of how it's structured, it really is reserved for a different class of thing than what you just described. So we'll figure out a bucket for that. But I'm not sure what of this list we can even put in the stabilization fund based on how it's structured. I just said that 3 times, so I'll stop saying that again and again and again.
So here too is another area of discussion over the summer to really acquaint the school committee and the school facilities committee and the administration on how the stabilization fund is supposed to be used. And, you know, I would certainly encourage the select board and advisory to be part of those discussions as well, as we work through implementation of the school stabilization fund. My understanding is that the fund is for repairs, mainly arising from neglect or deferred maintenance, is to get things done that have been deferred, versus anything new. So I agree with you, Corey, that things like signage and wellness centers and so on would be under the typical requests coming out of the school department.
Well, let me just add on to that, Mike, and my apologies for interrupting. One of the things in that fund, to remind everybody, was a creation of a 3 to 5 year plan.
Mhm.
So that's where over the summer we get these things, we figure out what bucket they go, and we figure out the year of it go. And that's the whole point of all this, was to make the town go through this exercise where we're not just going year to year, what are we going to spend it on? We have a 3-year, 5-year plan. So year 2 is the signs, year 3 is the gym, whatever it is, that we are required by the policy that was passed by town meeting to have that as part of the expenditure of these funds. So that's where we should be focusing on in the summer, is making sure that plan is at least got somewhere. I'm very concerned that we're going to get to year 2 and still not even have that idea yet on the map. My apologies for interrupting, Mike.
No, it's okay. And I was just going to say that we have about 45 minutes left before we're scheduled to adjourn. And we still have another vote to do on town hall, where we may well have the information we need to vote. Whereas this request from the school committee really is, and I'm just repeating myself, coming in so very late that we can't really give it the attention that we would normally give it. Not with 45 minutes left in this meeting.
Okay. We'll just quickly hear from Susan and Francine, and then I want to ask a question and make one comment and then turn it back over to the team. Susan, Francine, thoughts?
I'm in the same place, that these items are not part of the stabilization fund criteria. That it doesn't meet them. Like Mike said, I remember it being maintenance and repairs primarily in the stabilization fund. So I'm again all for looking at these, but I just don't think that they were brought to us in time to be considered for our funding outside of the school stabilization.
Okay, Francine.
I agree. What the funds ought to be used for, or are supposed to be used for, more infrastructure type items, not this. So I agree. Like to look through these, but this type of request, like what's sitting in front of us right now, should go through the normal process. Not the school stabilization.
Okay.
So
Sorry. Sorry, go on, Paul.
yeah, thank you. I'm just a little confused here because like my constituents like that I talk to, and it's mostly parents that have kids in the school now, they thought that the stabilization fund was to maintain the schools. And we do have some parents on this chain here on the Zoom meeting that feel the same way. So this isn't just particularly on just the signage. The auditorium itself needs to be painted. It needs new carpet. Where is this money supposed to come from? Because it's been years of negligence and maintenance, and there's really no maintenance fund. So we all thought that, and they advocated for the stabilization fund, that we were going to take that money and put it into the schools and have them being maintained that were neglected. So we put together these proposals to put new carpet in the auditorium, to redo rooms that we think when you say the wrestling room, it's a dangerous room, really. I was in there today. It definitely needs more attention, so that it hasn't been maintained. So there are a lot of these maintenance issues. Painting outside the exterior of the building. It's just lack of maintenance. So I just want to go back to my constituents and say to them, they're just going to say, what did we spend that money for? And what are you guys doing? And I feel like I don't have the answers for them because they're not seeing.
Let me do
Brian, do you mind if I just, so Paul, you're on the right track. And so like a perfect example, I think the idea of bringing a proposal to refurbish the gymnasium would absolutely fit into one of these buckets, like and like we're doing with Deer Hill, we're using this fund specifically so that we can redo all the flooring in Deer Hill, the whole school,
Which is awesome,
right?
Yep.
And that's exactly. And so next year, so as we talked about, we have these two enormous things coming down the pike when it comes to the fire alarm system, which is going to take up more than a year worth of funding. And I think once we get, we're going to do a kind of like a TikTok thing where we're going to attack some big stuff, and then we can attack, a series of projects and figure out what those are, and then attack a big project and kind of, go back and forth. So all these things, you're doing great work by putting these in the conversation, and they're going to filter down. We're going to find the bucket, and we're going to find the year to do them. Because again, redoing the auditorium, like we pointed out in, the roof, right? That came up in town meeting 3 or 4 times. That's got to get done, right? So we're going to show people that we're getting done, and we're going to show people that this is what we got done this year. This is what we're going to do next year, and that's what we're going to do next year. And it's going to get there. And this year it's going to be Deer Hill, and it's going to be fire alarms. And next year it's going to be this and that. And it's all. We're going to get through it systematically because now the town's giving us the resources to do it. That's kind of how I would respond to those things, if that makes sense.
I'm just going to add a little bit of color here. When we put that fund in place, whether people did the math or not, I certainly stood up and said it. Okay. Between the alarm system at the middle high school and the roofs on the 3 buildings, that fund is completely spent for probably the next 7 to 10 years. We don't need to go find ways to spend that money. And it's going to the absolute highest priority things that anyone could possibly argue for, which is the alarm systems, the emergency response alarm systems, and the roofs of the buildings, which protects the asset. Once we're through that, I think we can have a discussion about how that fund gets used in the future beyond those massive items. But there are not a lot of items that are going to jump the line, and we certainly don't need to go looking for them.
I just have one last thing to add, and
Yeah.
I would say this. You guys do a wonderful job with all you do, and what I guess sometimes get, we're just looking for some kind of I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't want what happened to town hall to happen to the school, right? So we have folks that think that we're gonna get a new school, a $200 million school.
Yep.
In my opinion, that's never gonna happen because we're not gonna get enough from the federal government. I'm sorry, the state government. And we had both senators, Senator O'Connor in front of us last meeting, couple meetings ago. And he said there's only $800 million in that account right now. There's not a lot of funding. So the idea that Cohasset's even gonna get any funding is we're, to be honest with you, we're on the low priority side. I just don't want to see, and again, I only have 2 kids left. I only have 2 years left in the school, and my girls are going on to college, and I'm so grateful again for the school and the school teachers and all you folks for what you do. And my kids had a great education. That said, I just don't want to see people say, don't worry about it. We're going to get a new school. Let's not fix up what we have.
Agreed.
And that's all I want to stress to you guys, because I don't want that. I don't want to see that to happen to your kids, Jason. I don't want Corey. I'm sorry.
Yep, thank you.
I don't want that to happen to I don't want that to happen to my neighbors' kids. You know you know, and we're all about the kids, so we don't want this to be pushed back. I just wanted to emphasize that.
Paul, I think our taxpayers voted resoundingly alongside you that we cannot let buildings fail.
Thank you.
Because there's no reasonable assumption that we're going to get a new one anytime soon.
Thank
and
you.
that's why we start with the highest priorities, which is, you know, the absolute, you know, emergency risk stuff.
Right.
And the roofs, which is the asset protection, and we'll move on to the, you know, we'll move on from there. To give you a little bit of guidance, I just, you know, I want to try and short circuit this conversation a little bit so it doesn't go, you know, too much longer, given where I think you hear people are on this. But I just want to give some guidance. Okay. When I open this presentation, the first page, right, is a request for repairing sidewalks, stairs, installing crosswalks, lighting, and painting. Okay. We've replaced sidewalks, we've replaced stairs, but you need to come to us with a sidewalk or a staircase. We don't do, you know, a $75,000 appropriation for a list of concepts. All right. And when I look at this, I see immediately that there actually is, you know, one, what I'll call safety issue, pressing safety issue, which is this crosswalk. And, you know, I would suggest that you strongly leave this call and advocate to have that striped as a sidewalk tomorrow, and have DPW or whoever put in, you know, the stand-up signs that, so, you know, slow student crossing or crosswalk or whatever. It's totally unmarked, right? And I see that we'd like these solar flashing signs, but the reality is, you know, you could probably get 90% of the safety benefit in less than a week. And we haven't done the work to actually do a capital appropriation to get, you know, the solution that you're actually seeking here. When I turn to the next page and we've got a wellness center and I start flipping through, you know, these pages, almost none of this is capital. All right.
Right. But yeah, I get that. But what would it be? Like, how would we, I know we can do some fundraising. We can go to the,
this is almost all operating budget.
Yeah, but the operating budget only has and Sue can refer to this. We have a $200,000 operating budget that the town has, not the school.
I'm not sure I follow.
That's that the town. Sue, could you speak to that?
So we do not have any maintenance accounts in the operating budget.
No. I'm not talking about maintenance. I'm talking about all the stuff that you've got listed to go into this wellness center. It has nothing to do with maintenance. This is
we think it
books
does.
And yoga mats. I mean, this is
no. We understand that. That's not the ask, though. That
right.
It shouldn't have been. That's thank you. Let's clear. I want to be clear. None of that is. That's something we'd ask the Cohasset Education Foundation for. We actually put in all the treadmills and all that. We put a new fitness center in that was financed through the parents, through the athletics department. So that's not an ask. The ask would be for the floor for the maintenance. The auditorium ask would be for the carpet and the paint. But we have no budget for that, Brian. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is like we're sitting here literally on the night we're trying to close the warrant, and we have a complete lack of clarity with what you're actually requesting as a request.
Right.
And the only thing that jumps out at me, and perhaps I'm missing something, is a true immediate safety issue, which is how this whole conversation was originally framed. Is this crosswalk where I think, there are some basic steps that you can take immediately to go a long way to resolving the safety of that crosswalk, and I encourage you to do it. The other, I said I had a question and I was going to make a comment. Has the school committee met since capital budget met last Thursday?
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
no, we'll meet again on Wednesday, next Wednesday.
Okay.
Do you have a
Maybe next Wednesday.
suggestion for us, Brian?
Well, I mean, there's a very real technical issue here, and I'm going to try not to antagonize anybody, but these individual requests or any individual requests that come in front of Capitol have actually not been voted by the school committee.
Yes, we have. We voted 3-2.
You voted 3-2 on a $250,000 bucket, which
That's what we voted for, and that's what
Yeah.
we'd want on the warrant, and let the people decide.
I understand, but
You
that's
can
not
vote
a
against it.
Paul?
The way the process goes, and you know that. You guys voted, you can vote 0 to 5. It doesn't matter. If we get enough people there and they voted in, it is the power of the people. It's a democracy. And if they want to know more about what it is for, and they can ask those questions at town meeting. But the idea is as far as I know, it works. It's 3-2 and it gets on the warrant. And if it doesn't, then we might have some legalities there that we might have to get our town council involved with.
Okay, I'm
Mr.
going to
Mr.
cut this.
Host?
So I'm going to cut this off now and just tell you it's not a legal capital request. So I can't tell you if it's going to end up on the warrant or not, but it's definitively not a legal capital request under our bylaws. So if you'd like us to vote no on it, I guess we can.
I don't
Well,
think
I
we
guess-
actually
I
have
just
anything
don't
on,
want-
and we do
I
have the
just
chair of the
don't-
select board here, which again, whatever goods to this thing has to flow to the select board. So if Ms. Healy Dippold has some color here for us about the status update, we should probably hear it out.
Okay, Jean?
So the select board did consider the $250,000 request earlier in April. It was presented to the select board without really any detail. And we voted not to move it forward to the warrant, but did invite the school committee if there were specific items they wanted to move forward to us to, specifically identify them and move it forward. We haven't gotten anything yet. We remain open, and Paul, we can certainly look to try to see what we can address through facilities. We're doing some striping right now, I think, throughout Cohasset, so we could see if we could do something with the crosswalk. If you guys can provide us exact specs on your end. And so I think we should continue the conversation, but we were applying the stabilization fund for the policy with respect to what's in and what's out.
So Jean, are you suggesting we not vote this, just take no action? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
And to Gene, what you're saying.
Paul, hold on,
sorry.
please, as a courtesy. I just asked Jean a question. I will come to you
Sorry.
next. You've clearly have something
apologize.
you want to share.
I'm suggesting that, well, I don't want to make a suggestion to you, but I will tell you that your bylaws provide that you make recommendations on warrant articles, and at this point, there isn't a pending warrant article.
Okay, I think that answers the question. I'm sorry, Paul, I cut you off. Please proceed.
Oh, I appreciate what Gene said, and I would like as a subcommittee to invite, if we could do it as a subcommittee or a full committee, to invite the select board. Normally we do meet the school committee meets with the select board. We haven't done that this year. So I don't know if we can meet as a subcommittee with some kind of members, but I appreciate what Gene's saying. I think that we could all come to a resolution, because I believe everybody here wants the same thing. And I'm very happy to meet with them and try to get most of the stuff that we can identify as maintenance and come up with a plan for the next 5 years. I think that's the goal here. And I think everybody agrees to that. So I'm pretty excited about getting together and trying to just figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk offline.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. So I think that brings us to the end of the school items. Is there anything that I've overlooked? Okay. Paul, Sue, thank you for your time and continued great work on this stuff. We're making progress and we've got more work to do.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You as well, both of you. Okay, Michelle, if you could throw the spreadsheet back up. Okay, where are we? On our agenda, through our school capital request, we've got a town hall capital request. And my understanding, based on the select board meeting of last night, is that there is on the warrant, they want to proceed with the 282,000, but 100 of that is going to be funded out of a prior appropriation with the remaining balance. So the ask that we're going to see on this warrant is 182. And I just asked Jean if you're still on, if there's anything further you want to add on that specifically. There may be broader things. I don't want this to spin into a broader conversation, but is that specifically what's going to appear in the warrant based on the last select board meeting?
So the select board definitely want to move forward with the roof. We appreciate and recognize that there are potential triggers out there, given the 30% requirement under 521 CMR 3.32. We did discuss that as a board, including asking Ms. Leary to continue investigating this with the Inspector General, and also moving forward with an appraisal, depending on what the IG says, in order to figure out what the value is in accordance with that applicable regulation. That said, we did appreciate that if we were in a crunch because we triggered it, or let's say it comes in more, which is unfortunately a very real possibility, then we were viewing that money as a down payment towards a roof at this point. And so, you know, I think we'll be candid with town meeting about the same. You know, hopefully we'll have more clarity on the value issue. And I do think that in talking with some of the citizens petitioners, we are also considering if we need to seek a variance through the Mass Architectural Board. So that's something that I think could be another way to address the 30% issue. So we're trying to still move forward, notwithstanding the concerns about the accessibility trigger. We did talk about the studies that you had proposed, Mr. Domitzer, with respect to engineering and other design studies, and the board was generally was disinclined to move forward until we had a bigger master plan, so to speak, on town hall generally. I know that select board members have been meeting with the nonprofit group and the citizens petitioners, and you know, trying to figure out some sort of consensus, and it's just not there yet. So that's sort of the big picture and the context. The one thing that I would ask this committee to consider, which I realize might be a little unorthodox, but we have a select board meeting tomorrow and Monday, and we're running out of time, is if the board did want to move forward with an ADA study to assess accessibility needs, which we think might be around 20,000, it would be helpful to know the views of capital budget on that, because if we do trip that trigger, it would be helpful to understand what exactly we need to do there, which I think might be of interest to the select board. We did talk about it. The board did not decide to move forward, but I do think there might be some interest still there. It'd be helpful to know your views. So if we move the number up by an additional 20 to do that study.
Yeah, it would be a separate line item.
Yeah.
But okay, so is it a request, Jean, or is it just something you'd consider? I'm not. I mean, we can pull the committee. Or do you just want to hear how we feel about it?
I could anticipate certain select board members wanting to revisit this on Thursday based on meetings with the citizens petitioners and efforts
Okay.
to try to resolve gaps with them
Okay.
for today. And so that's why I'm raising it, but the board hasn't met. The board hasn't made any decisions. We're just trying to move towards consensus.
Okay, so it could be helpful. And so it's 20,000 to hire consultants specifically to identify what we would need to undertake in terms of modifications to the building if we trigger the ADA architectural review board. Is that?
It's a rough estimate. Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, we
But
don't
the-
have
but the-
anything
But the
planned.
goal is, okay, to understand if we trigger what would what would be
Yeah.
on the hook for.
What have we done?
Well, it will also help in formulating options, including with the nonprofit group and other, if we went it alone versus if we did a combo, or, just to understand what we're really dealing with as a practical matter.
Could I ask a question? Would the, what would you get from the consultant? Could they be very specific, or is that the expectation that they'd be very specific, that you need
Yeah, like
X, Y,
this door
Z?
handle.
Yeah, right, exactly.
This,
Right.
like, width for the hallway, this entry egress,
And
like,
would,
give us a list.
okay, so they'd be very specific, and would they be able to provide some guidance or range on cost associated with that too, or is that not part of their scope? Just the list?
Now we're moving into the territory where I'd be making up stuff, but
Okay.
I would certainly want and anticipate them to provide some clarity on that. I mean, since they do this for a living, I think we would try to get that into the scope,
Mhm.
which is a part of their value.
Right.
Did you guys move forward with, I think I heard that there was a cost to reappraise the building, because a little bit of this, I think for me, and you guys talked about this, is the chicken or egg problem, which, it'd be good to have the ADA, but if we don't get the revaluation, we may not even know if we even need it, right? If we can revalue it at a big enough number, we may be able to get everything else and be healthily under it. So, but I think there was a cost associated with revaluing the building that was talked about. Is that something that
Yeah,
you found
it was
money for?
$4,000. And Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we had that out as a specific line item, in part because we may be able to fund that out of existing funds right now. The bigger
Correct.
question is, what does the Inspector General require?
Yeah.
Correct.
It at $4,000, it's also not really a capital request.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing, to your point, Corey, and I stumbled on this, and Michelle's confirmed it, is that, when the state applies this rule, they use for full and fair cash value, the replacement value, right? I mean, full and fair cash value can mean a lot of things. It could mean the depreciated value. It could mean the market value. It could mean the cash replacement value, right? We've all seen this when we make our selections of insurance homeowners policies. They're all very different. And it turns out the state uses replacement cost.
And we know that's high.
for purpose of calculating whether or not they've triggered this ADA compliance. So, there's a pretty strong argument that if the state uses it, they're going to have a hard time telling us we have a different standard, but we'll see.
I mean, honestly, just to set everyone's expectations, I think our real problem that we're gonna hit is having a DCAM contractor do that roof for that amount. Notwithstanding that we've gotten an estimate, it's just,
Yep.
it's gonna be more expensive, but we're trying to do our best.
I
Okay.
guess,
Sorry, go on, please.
no, I was just going to say, the initial response to your opening question was feeling on spending the money for the study. And I guess with the unknowns of I'd rather do the assessment and figure out where the line is before planning for what happens if we cross it. If that makes sense. So I think, just off the top of my head, don't feel super strongly about it, but my message would be, let's postpone on that study. That way we can see if we can get the roof done. If not, then we still have to revalue the building. But I don't think spending that money now gets us anywhere farther down the road to make decisions today, would be my, I guess, my understanding. So for my analysis at this point.
Just thinking out loud, if we fund the roof, right, and then we don't get to the valuation answer that we want, that allows us to do the roof without triggering this, or the price comes in at a higher number, which I guess doesn't matter because we will not have appropriated the money, so nothing can happen. But let's just say the bid comes back at a reasonable price, but we can't get the assessed value up to a level that allows us to come in under it. You know, we would want to know what we're triggering before we trigger it. So we might end up sitting with a perfectly valid bid, but you know, fear of triggering this because we didn't identify it. I'm just thinking out loud. Could hang us up until the next town meeting in that one scenario. It's a lot of ifs, but
aren't we already at 285? That number didn't come out of nowhere. Isn't that, are we at 30% right there? That number seems oddly specific.
so it's oddly specific because it came from prior work.
Okay.
And it comes in over the 30%. So it's oddly specifically close to close, but across the threshold of triggering this. I think there's some, and Gene, jump in here if I say something inaccurate, but I think there's a reasonable level of comfort that our evaluation is going to go up no matter what, which probably gets us below the threshold, right? That 282 below the threshold, but depending on where the bid comes in, it may or may not work. In which case we may be faced with a situation where we're holding a bid that's going to trigger the threshold. We need to know what that means before we say go.
Brian, are you going to have a round robin here? Because
Yeah,
so far
please.
it's been you and Corey and Gene.
And now it's you. Please speak, Mike.
Sorry, Mike,
Well,
that's on me.
Yeah, no, I also haven't heard from Susan. And Susan, you often have, not often, you always have good perceptions. So I'd like to hear from you if you're ready or amenable.
Well, yeah, sure. My feeling on it is, I think it's a good insurance policy to go ahead and have the study done. So we have some awareness around all the different things that we're talking about, but also so we don't lose time down the line to move forward on the next aspect of the rehabilitation of the building.
Right. So I agree with what you're saying, Susan. And I feel that it is prudent and wise to get the valuation. It seems to be one of the key supports, one of the key elements that the whole effort will rest upon is the valuation of the building and the triggers for compliance. Well, just one correction I'd like to make, and it's not an ADA requirement. It's actually a Massachusetts entity, MAAB, I believe is the organization that provides or that assesses the need for handicapped access. Gene, I have a question for you, and that is, did Paul Grady and Ellen Marr meet with any representatives from the Citizens Petition Group today? Did we make any progress towards collaboration? If they did meet, what's your take on the current situation? I ask this because we still have warrant article 25 to consider as a capital budget committee, I think. And just would like to get a better sense of maybe we're getting to a point where collaboration will make the warrant article 25 a moot question. What are your thoughts, Gene?
So obviously, Mike and Ellen are select board members, and so am I, and then we'd have a quorum. And so I'm not gonna go in, like, I haven't talked to them or deliberated with three of them. I have spoken with one of them, and they did meet, and my sense from one of the members is that there's some potential there for consensus, which is why I'm asking about the ADA study, which I think could be a key component there if the select board was inclined to revisit that tomorrow night and put it on the warrant, which is tricky because advisory still hasn't had a chance. So it may be that it's just, you know, something that gets considered over the next month. So at the end of the day, unless the petitioner withdraws his petition, it's still on and it still needs to be voted on, and the select board will make a recommendation. So it's really up to him. We can't control that, as you heard last night. He would have to, I'm not sure where he is on that front. And it, you know, candidly, the items we're suggesting are not just to address him to have him withdraw it. It's to make sure it's the right thing for the town to do, to make sure we are fully informing ourselves and, you know, maximizing all options. And so that's sort of where we are. And I think it was productive, but I can't speak for the petitioner about where they are.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Francine, any thoughts?
No, nothing further than the question I had earlier and the items you guys have brought up.
Okay. Okay, do we have any further deliberation on these two items? So it's a town hall roof at 182,450, and then I guess 20,000 for a study, and I'll let someone else come up with the motion when they're ready. But those are the two items. Do we have any further deliberation?
Can I jump in?
Please.
One of the ways you look at the MAAB study, that stands for the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board. Okay. They're the ones who decide how 521 CR is actually implemented. But the way to really look at the MAAB study is to say, shouldn't we actually provide access for handicapped people in accordance with the law? That's fundamentally the question. And if you say yes, don't you really want to find out what that actually entails?
Right.
So the obvious thing for me was that, yes, you should do the study. It may result in additional costs. There's no question there will be additional things we'd have to do, and those can come later. But you certainly would like to know the answer, irrespective of whether or not you exceed the 30% threshold under F521 CMR. So that's the way I look at it. And so you're doing what you should do because it's the right thing to do in the first place. That's how I look at the whole thing. Now, we did go through this many years ago, as you may know, but at that time, we unfortunately did a very unsatisfactory job of a ramp and a metal rail and everything else. But there may be other things in the annex that didn't get done. And what I understand is there are a few small things that really are necessary, and those involve things like how the doors are oriented, doorknobs, that is doorknobs instead of levers and things like that. These are not terribly significant. However, when you get to the annex, when you get to the historic building, things are much more complex. And in that case, you probably can never fully fulfill 521 CMR or the accessibility codes, because they're quite significant unless you actually appeal to the Massachusetts or the MAAB board themselves, which in fact ultimately will have to be done by almost anyone, no matter who buys or does that building. You cannot avoid these kinds of questions associated with accessibility. You have to do it. So it seems to me initially you certainly need a study. The $20,000 number comes actually from Peter Longley, who has done these in the past. So that was his estimate. So that's where that comes from today. So $20,000 is what he thought was the right number for a consultant. And I suggest you probably ought to do that. And with regard to the roof itself, I would be inclined to increase well, we now have 185 we have to come up with out of the 285 requirement, but nevertheless, I'd increase that some, maybe another 20% to make sure that you actually can get the roof done. Seems to me that we even lack a specification, because there's another piece of this not done now, which is exactly who's specifying this roof. In other words, who's defining what shingles we're going to use, what the flashing is, what kind of inspection of the roof rafters and or the roof surface itself that might be required to make sure that you have a sound roof. So there's more to it than just the 285. It's really an engineering or at least an assessment of what the actual requirement is there. So then 285 doesn't suffice. So, you know, these are the kinds of things that really make you say, okay, 285 is too low, because you need to have some kind of assessment. Even if it costs you $15,000 to have an engineer do that, you need to do it, and you need a spec. And you can't write a bid document without a spec. So you need a spec. So those are my thoughts. So you have MAA, I agree with. I think you have to do something about making the motion associated with the roof itself more expensive, both in terms of cost and also what it takes to actually get a bid document done.
Thank you, Ralph.
Don't we need to do an engineering study of the roof, right? That came up, like we have to have.
We do, and we got an estimate at $15,000 from one company. We're waiting for another.
Okay.
So that should be added in there. Right.
Michelle, I assume that's incremental to the 282?
It is. Well, that's added into that. That's in that number.
It's in the number, so.
Yep, it's all inclusive.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep.
Okay. So we haven't overlooked it. We've included it in your budgeted number. Okay.
Is there any space? I mean, I think Ralph brings up good points about speccing the roof, and Gene, I'm guessing you guys have probably bounced around different things, but I mean, is there any room for the possibility that we look at and we spec it and we want to do something different if the assessment comes in high, or we want to do something creative? I'm just kind of spitballing here, because it does seem like it's just, you know, the price is the price for what it is, and we really haven't gotten into what the is yet.
I mean, I think we can always, and we'll probably have to spend more money on the roof. This is why I'm sort of hedging, because I think the bids are gonna come in higher than the estimates, particularly if, for example, we want to do gutters. This is a little bit a part of the problem with.
This whole process.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think the select board really wanted to land on a more holistic plan over the summer. Because we have a lot of moving pieces, you know, if, for example, we have the nonprofits ready to put down a lot of money, that might be a consideration in terms of how and what we spend and ask our taxpayers to do instead. But right now, the board is looking at the roof saying, okay, let's put some money towards it. We have this estimate. It may come in higher, because that's been our experience over the years.
Right.
We're not building in a contingency because I just don't think there's money for it in the capital budget. It doesn't strike me there is. I've listened to your meetings and I don't see any room. So we're trying to navigate around that too. I mean, one thing that we've talked about is if we could get the full, one thing Michelle talked about was if we get the full 282 and we still have the prior 100 out there that's already been voted on by town meeting, that's, you know, money
382.
we could use towards 382 to use towards a contingency or additional work that pops up with respect to the roof. And so that would be helpful versus the 182, but I'm not sure where all of your numbers are landing on the capital stabilization fund after the back and forth of tonight.
Well, you missed the elongated discussion at the beginning of the call, but basically we're trying not to use the 500 that came at STM for non-town hall stuff.
Yeah.
Ralph has accurately pointed out that the language was not sort of locked down tight with regards to this only being used for town hall, but you know, it was also mentioned as a use, and I think some people extrapolated that to being all of it. So, you know, right now we're not cutting into that, and that capacity is there, Gene.
And certainly we carefully worded that at the warrant to acknowledge that the town hall repairs were certainly one of the uses, but we acknowledging that there could be others. If we wanted to allocate it specifically, we would have as a town.
Understood, right? But just there's obviously, whether it be the citizens petitioners list or whether it be, you know, the select board's list of stuff that's coming. There's a list of stuff coming on town hall, so
Mhm.
trying to keep that powder dry. But the bottom line is if you need to add more into this, the capacity exists. So then the question is, what do you do with this, with this number?
And the roof will wait till fall. I mean, obviously, if we don't authorize it now, we wait till fall. We're actually probably buying a year because you don't want to put a roof on in November.
You also
Why
don't
not?
want to bid it until you have the money, so appropriated.
for
So
sure.
we have a chicken and an egg. Michelle, thoughts? I don't know if she's there. Michelle Leary, do you have any thoughts on how what we might want to do here in terms of putting additional contingency on this? Looks like this.
So if you wanted to put additional contingency on, I would just say 15% would probably be safe. And it all depends on the scope, right? It depends what the scope is identified as. If they're going to get into all energy code upgrades and all things like that, then we're going to blow away this budget anyhow. So
Right. Okay. And Michelle, just correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure I understand the spreadsheet. This line item, these town hall line items are not in sort of the roughly balanced budget that we have. Is that correct? The 1475 and the 1484. This is drawing entirely out of the other 500.
that is correct.
Okay. So we have the flexibility to do whatever.
Can I have a quick question? Michelle, to what degree did someone actually inspect the roof to determine what needed to be done in order to come up with a $285,000 figure? What was done actually?
So that's a great question, Ralph. I think what they've done is they just actually, it's based on square footage. It's based on prior studies that have been done. And that's how they came up with the budget number.
Did anyone go up on the roof with a ladder? Did anybody do anything in the way of inspecting to see what has to be done?
So every year or so, we have Tremco under contract, and they inspect all of our roofs.
Okay.
So they've done an inspection.
Okay. Okay.
And they were actually the one that provided this budget number.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Sure.
And Michelle, does this budget number include or not include, the gutters? And I'm not sure what the boards are behind them, but I'm going to guess it's fascia boards. And does it include, removing at least the top of the chimney and capping it so that we have fixed that part of the roof in perpetuity?
I can't speak to the chimney, but I can speak to the gutters and the fascia boards. Those are included.
Okay, so this includes gutters and something boards. Okay. We really, sorry, I'm going to pontificate, but we really should, while we're up there, lop the top off of that defunct chimney that's going to fall over sooner or later anyway, and at least cap it for now so the roof is fixed the right way, as opposed to working around a chimney that we know is coming down at some point.
But this kind of stuff is where I kind of get led to, we should fund the engineering of it, and then we should get the new estimate. We should get the AD8, the MAB report, and then in the fall, we can have a better sense of what we're doing and a better sense of what we can spend and what we're up for, and then we can spend appropriately for the roof and do it the best way possible. I do feel like we're a little bit ahead. We're a little cart before the horse in the roof thing. I probably still support it anyway, because I know it needs to get done. But I do think that a little bit more time could result in a better outcome rather than trying to repair it or build in a contingency and then bring it back. It's a little messy.
With all due respect, guys, this has been for a budget item for at least 5 years when we actually rejected it about 5 years ago. There are leaks currently in these buildings. You just don't wait anymore on a roof. For heaven's sakes, you're just gonna have to do the roof one way or the other. There may be other contingencies that you can talk about, like capping the chimney and so on, but that's a very much bigger project, including everything from the foundation to the projection through the roof. So there's a lot more to that than what you're thinking about, but you really have to fix your roof. You cannot have it leaking. It doesn't make any sense. These are straightforward projects, and there may be a few contingencies that you're not aware of, but if the engineering has been done, and it's been looked at every year by a professional, this is something. One more postponement makes no sense to me whatsoever. We don't want to go through another winter or another rainy season with leaking in the building, which causes rot and mold and every other darn thing that goes wrong as a result of that. That just increases the problem and postpones the actual solution, which we all know. So,
yeah, Ralph, I agree. I'm just curious how others on the committee feel. Does it feel like this is ripe to I'm not asking for a motion, but is the time right to actually do this? Are people in agreement that that's the case, Francine?
I think we ought to do it now. Well, the one question I have is if we, add a 15 or 20% contingency onto the number that's already there, and then the bids come back, as Jean mentioned, and it's higher than even what we build in for a contingency, then where do we go from there? Do we have to wait until special town meeting to then appropriate more to make up for whatever the difference is in the bid and what we agree to now or approve now? Is that how that would work?
You can go to the advisory board is the usual way. So you go to the advisory board and say, we have a problem. We got $10,000 or $15,000 we have to raise. They have what, $360,000 in their budget or something, somewhere in that range. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay. I say we address it now. We don't, to Ralph's point, we don't keep kicking it down the road.
Agreed. Susan? You're on mute.
I agree, because we made a commitment to this building now, so we've got to do the right thing.
Okay, Michael?
Agreed.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move forward with this. It sounds like the question now is, what do we put in here for a number? And to Ralph's point, there is a way to deal with an overage on this, which is they just go to advisory with an emergency request, and then we backfill a refund at a future date. So the question is, how much do we want to put in here for this warrant article?
Can I ask one more question related?
Sure, please.
Of the $500,000 bucket.
Yep.
The 100,000 that was already appropriated, that's not part of the 500, right? Because
that's correct.
Okay, so it's 182 right now, plus any contingency that would go against the 500.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And then do we want to add on Jean's? I know it's not a formal request, but do we want to talk about then the ADA study too? Is that something we're going to handle separately?
Yeah, we'll handle that as a separate line.
Okay.
Well, if we take Michelle's suggestion of 15%, we're pushing the roof up to 210. So it's better.
I think that's fair.
15, right?
Yeah.
Great. All
I
right.
think that makes sense.
Actually, hold on, just before you move, Michael. Susan, I think you only increased the 182 up by 15% as opposed to the 282, which is the total project cost.
Oh, you're right.
So it's 282, 500 times 1.15 equals 324,875 minus 100,000.
224, I think, right?
Yeah, let's make it a nice even 225. That's an easy one to explain at town meeting. Does that number work for everybody?
Yeah.
Added a 15 per.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jean?
I mean, one way to really guard against an estimate that comes in higher is just to do 324. We do the 282 times the 15, which is 324. And then we've got the extra 100 sitting out there. I mean, if you really want the roof done, and if we come across stuff, that is one way to approach it. as we know, the reserve fund is not typically spent in November, but it is heavily used by the end of the year, including for things like overtime.
Yeah,
So we might have a crunch on the back end. Although we may be trying to address that. I'm just raising that as a possibility if we really want to like try to push this forward and make sure there's a lot of funding, just to allocate the amount of the roof itself, plus the 15% contingency, not accounting for the past, if you have that money.
or you could just appropriate the roof and use the 100,000 prior as the contingency, as opposed to trying to guess.
Yeah, that too.
What do people think?
I think that's certainly pushing the envelope about as far as you can push it. If you know if you've got a good figure at 285, and you know 15% will additionally mostly cover it for the most part based on engineering studies, you certainly don't push it by another 100,000. That makes no sense whatsoever. Sorry to say that.
Others?
That's just chewing up money and setting it aside, making it unavailable for any other purpose.
Yeah, I think all good points, and also leaves that 100,000 just sitting out there to be, used at will, which is always a dangerous thing. Yep. Others?
I agree with Ralph's point.
Okay.
So Ralph, what is your suggested amount?
I think you've got, I'm trying to look here. I think you're talking about what, 220 now? 225.
225, yeah.
225, yeah.
225, right.
Okay.
Is that Francine? How do you feel?
I agree.
Mike?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Sounds like we're fully baked on this. And do we need to do we have any other discussion on this and or the 20,000 for the accessibility, the MAARB, I think, accessibility.
MAAB.
I'll let someone else make the motion. I'll count on them to get it right. How's that?
Why do we hold off on the MAAB motion? I think Gene can take back the sense of the board. The select board can put a warrant on it, and then we can do a town meeting recommendation for that, rather than us make a motion on something that's not in front of us yet.
I'm okay either
disagree.
way. I mean, do we
I
know
think
what's
we're very
coming, Gene?
clear.
Sorry?
I think we're very clear on the need for the MAAB study, and I think now is a good time to vote on it.
I mean, we're here. I guess my question, Gene, is that happening? Should we just vote it, or do we need to logistically, per Corey's suggestion, wait for you guys to decide and then vote it?
Well, there is no warrant article right now for it.
Well, it's a line item. It'd be a line item in the capital budget.
Yeah, I mean, the select board hasn't proposed it. We did discuss it. They declined last night. And so I do want to respect the decision of the board. That said, I think they might reconsider. They could reconsider tomorrow night. I think it will come up again.
Okay.
And
So as a
I
courtesy,
think the sense of the meeting would be good.
Yeah.
And I think you could make it contingent if the
Yeah.
select board decides to move forward, I suppose, just in light of timing.
can do
That would
that.
be-
What I want to avoid, I apologize, I just cut someone off. What I want to avoid is any perception by the select board that we're throttling them to do something. So we need to be gentle with that. I mean, I'm happy to do something contingent on select board's decision to put it on, if that's the graceful way to do it. Or wait for the select board. to
I
put it
think
on.
you do it as a contingency. I have also heard from the same people who were in that meeting, and what they said is the smoke from the Vatican is white. So without saying anything more, so
Okay.
I think there's more positive than negative here.
Okay, all right.
Right.
I'll
And I
take
was
it.
going to ask if this is going on to Article 7, which is the capital stabilization fund spending. Do I have that right?
Yes, yes, right.
Okay, so it'd be 20,000 for the MAAB study on Article 7 and 225 for the roof repair also on Article 7. Is that how the motion should be framed?
Mhm.
I object wholeheartedly to putting the MAB thing on. We just had a 40-minute discussion with schools about that we can't vote things that aren't in front of us. And here we are 10 minutes later violating that rule. And I understand that we are there, but if we can't hand out exceptions like the candy, right? There's a process here. The select board, I think we need something in
Okay.
front of us.
Corey, you make a good point.
I think that's out of order.
You made a very valid point with regards to this. What we can do is, I'm just going to throw this out. I mean, Gene, I think what you sense here, you're hearing quite clearly, is that the support for this, provided with follow protocol. I do agree with Corey that, you know, we can't do one thing with the schools and something different just because we know for a fact that the select board's meeting tomorrow and that this could come back on. I mean, we can,
I think that's fine.
yeah,
I think it's right. He's right. Procedurally, the select board hasn't put the warrant article on yet.
procedurally is right.
Decision. We'll end up going, printing in the warrant, but there's still all of May to make the decision and to update the motion at town meeting.
Yeah. And if people want, I mean, we could, you know, we could always post for Monday and decide to either meet or not meet and see what the select board does tomorrow night. We can meet for 5 minutes to vote this through, just so it goes in the warrant when it goes to print, with the votes. But I do, yeah, I am sensitive to what you just said, Corey.
I don't think this will be controversial. Sorry,
This is not controversial.
Yeah.
This is about doing what is right. So
Right.
you don't have to, some way or the other one. This one better have a positive vote sometime
Yeah.
before the town meeting and not do it at the town meeting. This is not appropriate to tell the town meeting, well, we couldn't decide whether we were going to help, we were going to have
No,
handy.
we're going to vote this, Ralph. If the select
Yeah,
board puts it
right.
on, we're going to vote it. It's a non-issue, and I think it's
Ridiculous.
abundantly clear how we're going to vote this. So there's no controversy here. It's just an issue of doing it the right way. So are we ready on the roof? Any further dialogue on the roof, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I will move that Capital Budget Committee recommend adding $225,000 to the warrant Article 7 for the purpose of roof repair at 41 Highland Avenue, Town Hall.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Do a roll call vote. Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay, so that's done. And Jean, you can please pass along to the select board in the clearest possible terms. If they decide to put this on the warrant, we will vote it. And I think it's pretty clear from this conversation how we will vote it. So in terms of the accessibility review study for $20,000.
Okay, thank you all.
Yeah, thank you for your patience as we sort through this. We usually get to the right place, and I think we just did. Okay, Michelle, if you could just pop up the spreadsheet. I think we're very close to the end of this. There should only be 1 or 2 items left on here. I think we need to deal with Parker Avenue and then anything from the enterprise funds, and I think that's it.
I think you have the citizens, don't you have the citizens?
Oh, yeah, we have the citizens petition as well. Let's finish what's on the agenda here, and then let's circle back to the citizens petition, because I think this part can get done quickly. So it looks like just Parker Avenue.
Mhm.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Michelle, do we have any further information on whether or not the roof is eligible for CPC, or is that something we'd have to ask them? I'm not advocating that we push in that direction. It's just a question if it's even an option.
I believe it may be an option for a portion of the building,
Okay.
but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. My suggestion would be we vote this through and then just politely ask CPC to consider funding it if they're able. But I think we should provide the certainty of funding, and frankly, we have to vote this even if CPC funds it anyway. So that would be my thought. But let's just open this up to any discussion or deliberation on either of these 2 items. We reviewed them, and I think we got to a conclusion on it. We just didn't vote it. Anyone? Thoughts, questions?
Well, the thing you probably do is you probably have to vote these things. I think they're probably
Yeah.
needed. I think the problem for the Community Preservation Committee is that the building is sort of historic, but it has been so changed both by interior things and by exterior things that it's become a questionable project for the CPC to actually do. That's where the problem is. It's been there for a long time. The alterations have been too great to call it historic anymore. And that's the problem. So.
Okay. So yeah, let's separate it into two questions. One, are people have any questions about the validity of this spend and the need for us to provide certainty of funding, including out of capital budget? And then secondly, we can discuss whether or not we even want to politely ask CPC to consider this. We don't even have to do the second step, but we certainly need to make sure this gets funded. So why don't we focus on the first step? Just any further discussion about, these items, the need for their funding, whether or not capital budget would get to yes on this.
I'm more than fine with it.
Okay, Francine,
I don't have any other questions.
great.
Um,
Susan, Corey,
I don't either.
okay, Corey,
I'm good.
great. So why don't we? I'm certainly. It feels like it's time to entertain a motion on this if someone so desires.
I will move that Capital Budget Committee recommends to Select Board and Town Meeting the expenditure of $18,000 at 40 Parker Avenue for the HVAC system, I believe, replacement. And in the same motion, recommend the repair of the roof at 40 Parker Avenue for $40,000.
Okay, Mike, was there in your motion? Is there a dollar number on the first piece, the HVAC?
Yeah, $18,000.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second?
Second,
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay, so that's done. Now, just quickly, do we even want to bother to reach out to CPC and ask them to consider funding the roof, or no? Do we just want to do this, which is fine with me?
Ralph's
I'd
point-
request,
Go ahead, Mike.
To Ralph's point, the history of the building, while it's long and storied, has been controversial in the past. I think it will just muddy the waters to ask CPC, who would then ask some other arbiter on historic status. I think the building itself is long overdue for this maintenance. And I feel that given the uncertainty surrounding historic designation, we should just move ahead and fund it. And we would, a separate recommendation to the town is to embark on a historic status review for the building, so that if there is that status to be awarded, let's get it awarded for whatever may come down the road.
Okay, just to be clear, we've recommended to fund it out of capital budget, so that's
Right.
that's a done deal at this point. It's not, we're not reopening that.
Right.
wasn't
I
Parker
say-
Avenue? Already,
Say again?
I thought we already went through this with Parker Avenue. It was like a couple years ago, it was put under historic designation. I thought we talked about this like a few months back.
It
We
was
had an
not,
answer to it.
it was not put under historic preservation, Corey. It was not.
It wasn't? Oh, okay, all right, good, okay. But we did have this discussion, right, Ralph?
We did have the discussion, and it came down to things like windows and things like that. And getting historic designation is very complex and usually involves things that have not changed dramatically over the years. So that's the problem.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, thank you. So I guess my point is, if we've already tried it and it already didn't work, then I think, there's no reason to go through the exercise.
I
Yeah.
think that's right.
All right, any other thoughts? Susan, Francine?
No,
Okay. Francine?
Sorry, I was on mute. No.
Okay, all right, let's just leave it where it is. We've committed to fund it, and we'll leave it as such for now. Okay, so that's that. Now, in terms of other town requests, did we vote? Sounds like we may not have voted to actually do the transfer of the road funds to the road budget for the year. Is that correct, Michelle? We did not vote that?
I don't believe you did.
Okay, and that's an $800,000 transfer, or is it $700,000 transfer?
I believe it's 8.
It's 8. Okay.
Shouldn't it be more than 8 if we had, because we went through this with the school fund, there's actually X amount left. You know, there's more than, because the double counting of the collection. Because we're in the second year of the fund technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So shouldn't there be 1.6 that
Yeah,
we can technically do?
I think you're correct, Corey.
Yeah, but the request was not 1.6 worth of roads. The request was a year's worth of roads. And I think the idea was that
Okay.
Not to interrupt, but Brian Joyce is here and he has his hand raised, so.
please, Brian, didn't see it. Please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so the request is, and when I first presented this, the roads have not changed, but the request was 1.360251, so 1,360,251. Since then, we met with the sidewalk committee and they added an engineering study for a sidewalk, or engineering plans for the sidewalk on Pond Street going to King Street, and also 15,000 in Sharrows, which are those bike symbols. We painted a few down Elm Street recently this past couple of weeks. So that brings the total to 1.409251. We do have 1.6 available to us because, you know, the taxes we billed in arrears in this past year. So I would ask that the request is 900,000 for funding, and we have 533,064 from Chapter 90, which brings us to 1.433064. If that makes sense. Open to questions.
So the funding request is 900.
That's correct.
Okay. Because you don't need to ask our request on the Chapter 90 funds. This is just a transfer out of the roads and sidewalks fund.
Yes, and we have 2 years worth at 800, so there's 1.6 available.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you kind of shot through this rapid fire. The number went up because we included some engineering studies. Is that, and or the cost estimates on some of our stretches went up?
Yes, if you're prepared for the numbers, I can run down what we're doing itemized with the streets and those two added items from the sidewalk committee.
I don't feel the need. I don't have any ability to decipher whether the price is right or not. I think I at least have to rely on you. I don't know how other people feel, but I just want to make sure that you have your list and it adds up to this. And to the extent there's new projects in there since we last talked, we briefly understand what those are.
Yeah, the new projects are small in items. So the main streets that we're doing are South Main Street from from St. Anthony's line, Beechwood Street, Mill Lane, and Pond Street, and crack ceiling for 100,000. And what was added since we last talked was engineering plans for a sidewalk on Pond Street and Sharrows, which are painted bicycle symbols to share the road.
So I shared my thoughts, but I want to hear from the other committee members what they feel they need to answer any questions they have.
The only drum. Oh, I have no questions on where we are, and I'm glad the sidewalk committee's brought some stuff up. I just, you know, again, personally, I want to bang on the drum about, you know, I'd love to be spending more money on the Beechwood sidewalks. You know, having run them a few dozen times since we talked last, like, you know, and Brian, I guess you're saying that with how it's going to work out, but I look at what we did on Sawyer and the nice, you know, real curb and how nice that sidewalk is, and would just love to see that level of attention done to at least sections of Beechwood. That's my soapbox. I'll get off it now.
Yeah, so to your point, Corey, the Beechwood section that's gonna get paved, including sidewalk improvements in that section.
Okay, that means a lot. Thank you. And what was
I
the
don't have-
final number, Brian?
900.
900.
Gotcha.
Anyone else? Francine?
No, that was the only thing I was gonna ask is just what was the number again? Because I don't know that I had it right, but otherwise no questions.
Okay. Susan?
I don't have any further questions. We went through the roads pretty
Yeah.
in depth previously.
Okay. Mike? Mike? We may have lost him. Okay. Ralph?
Well, the only thing I'd ask is, and this is nothing to do with this coming year, but since we're going to tear up the road from roughly St. Stephen's, this is South Main Street, from St. Stephen's down to St. Anthony's. My plea would be to make sure that is done as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And I know that's a water department issue, but fundamentally what'll happen is that it gets properly compacted so that we can pave that as quick as possible next year after the winter season. So I guess I would say that. And I think just broadly to figure out how in the future we're going to make sure when we tear these roads up, we can get them repaved as quickly as possible so that we don't have an Elm Street problem going forward. So that's an offshoot of what I'm thinking, but based on what we now know we're going to do this coming year to South Main Street, it'll be incredibly disruptive. And so my plea is to, whatever, Brian, you know how to do it. Anyway, make sure these guys are actually compacting the fill as they do it, and that whatever top coat they put on, they do as well as they can so that we can get through the winter without having a mess there. So that's all, nothing more than that.
Okay. Do we have Michael Dick back?
Yes.
Thank you. Mike, any questions, thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are for that corner in front of St. Stephen's where Elm Street and South Main Street meet. I find that to be hazardous because of seabirds clientele crossing over South Main Street. Oftentimes, I can't believe it, but it happens a lot, particularly on those Saturday mornings, where young parents will grab their child and sort of drag them across the street at that point. And I'm wondering if there's any way to raise the curb or make it high enough so that people actually have to go to the crosswalk rather than trying to dash across South Main Street with a small child. It just is hair raising. So Brian, I just wonder what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, and I know I was kind of stuttering on the South Main Street. So the limits of this year's paving is from St. Anthony's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong church.
Down to the Situate line.
Wrong church and wrong pew. Sorry.
Yeah, but to Ralph's point, he is right. We are planning water main work from through the center of town, from Depot Court all the way to almost St. Anthony's. So after that water main work is done, there'll be a trench there, and need to wait. Best practices winter season. So there'll be a winter season of settlement of that trench. It's going to be, not great. And then the subsequent paving season, we hope to pave it curb to curb. And in that way, we can probably look at that corner, Mike. And I guess the only way you could probably either put a crosswalk there would be to take a space, or if you want to, I don't know how you would force people down to the crosswalk. It's kind of a behavioral thing.
Okay. I think it's worth a discussion with yourself and the chief. The chief has told me that he cannot put a crosswalk there. So, but we can take this offline. We don't have to use this time.
This, ironically, guys, this was discussed 20 years ago when we did the downtown revitalization, when we put in all of those beautiful pear trees. It was a tough question. There really was no easy answer. People talked about bump outs and things like that, eliminating some of those diagonal spaces to get a bump out. But nobody agreed on it, and so we didn't do it. So that goes back to my early days when we were trying to figure out what to do downtown. It's a very tough question. And it's very inconvenient to go down to Bia's, cross over at Bia's, and then cross over again. Well, I guess you cross over at Bia's basically, and then you cross over to over the end of Elm Street to get to the Seabird. So it's really just a very difficult question if because Seabird is where it is.
Right, we can move on, that's fine.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion with regards to the $900,000 funding request out of the roads and sidewalks stabilization fund and into the road budget?
No.
Great. Somebody like to make a motion?
There we go. Sorry about that. Motion for capital budget to recommend $900,000 to be appropriate out of the roads and sidewalk stabilization fund into the road paving fund in accordance with the road paving plan as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second,
Great. Roll call vote. Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay. Now, Michelle, I believe we voted the items out of the school stabilization fund. Yes, we did. So there was.
We did.
Those are voted. How about the enterprise funds? We've heard their requests, or at least Water's requests.
I think you voted all of water. I don't know that you voted sewer because I don't know. I know Paul came before you, and he was asking for that $90,000 to be appropriated as part of the grant that they're receiving. They're receiving a $225,000 grant, of which $90,000 they're responsible for.
Right.
And they were going to fund that out of their retained earnings, as I recall.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And did he owe us data on that?
I don't recall that he did. I just don't know that we were voting the items at that time.
Anybody have a recollection that we were comfortable with their retained earnings number to fund that?
I recall that we had further conversations on the other topics that Mike had brought up.
Okay.
Or sort of open and left for further discussion, but I remember.
Oh, yeah, because there's
retained
also
earnings, I have it written down, retained earnings were 1.5 million.
Okay.
because there's a grinder in there, there's a bunch of stuff.
Okay. Okay. So we were all comfortable with this. I'm just surprised we didn't vote it. Maybe we did and we just forgot. But do we have any further deliberation? Brian Joyce, you got your hand up.
Yeah, just a clarification. So it's a reimbursement grant. The grant is for 225. Oh, well, the total project value is 225 and the grant value is 135. So, but we do need a warrant article for the full amount, and then it's reimbursable after the fact. Thanks.
Okay, but it's their money round trip. It's the sewer enterprise fund's money round trip. So it's an appropriation at 225 out of. I was about to say out of their retained earnings. Are we certain it's out of their retained earnings and not out of their capital stabilization fund?
They indicated retained earnings.
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's what we will do. Any further discussion or questions?
Well, I also have a note here about a screwing system for
A
300.
grid screw?
The grid screw, yeah, I couldn't read my own
That's an
handwriting.
expensive item, yes.
Yeah, I think it was their screening system, not necessarily the screw.
Yeah, so that's on here too, 350. Oh, it says 350 updated 435K, but they're gonna allocate $500,000 because their installation costs that were included in the numbers.
And that's a request this cycle, Susan?
Written, I wrote it down that night in the meeting, so
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they've got the retained earnings to do it.
okay, so but wait,
Oh.
guys, I also wrote that we voted down at the
I think we
bottom.
voted. I'm looking at the recording right
Voted
now.
on both
Also
of those,
too.
so we're all set.
Okay. I was struggling to remember why we would not have voted this. The only reason we wouldn't have voted this, given it was their money and their request, is if we had a follow-up item. So that makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Susan.
Mhm.
And do you have the vote?
5-0 for
Okay.
90K for the grant. And
Sorry, it was 90K.
90K for the, the delta between what the grant's gonna cover and for the membrane replacement plan at 235, I'm sorry, 225, with 135 coming from the grant and 90 coming from the retained earnings. And then we voted 5-0 for 500K for the grid screw screening system.
Okay, now, so we voted only 90 of the 225. Sorry, but we voted only 90 of the 225. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, and Brian Joyce, you're telling us that we need to vote the full 225 as an appropriation, and then they just get their money back when the grant comes through. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just know that the town meeting article needs to be for the full project amount, and then once it's spent, it's a reimbursable grant, you get 135 back. So the net is you spend 90 grand.
Okay,
I'm
so it's
not
not
sure
a
what-
it's not a match where they provide the grant, we provide the match. We actually fund it and then file for reimbursement. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we need to revote the 90 and make it 225. Are people
makes
seeing that?
sense.
Are people
makes
seeing that
sense.
the same way? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Feels ripe for a motion. Anyone?
I'll make a motion that we amend the capital budget recommendation for expenditure out of the water departments.
Sorry, sewer.
Sewer department's retained earnings from $90,000 to, was it 225
Yep.
for the purposes of the asset management system.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Mike. Roll call vote, Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, I.
Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Brian Host, aye. Okay, I think that gets us through everything. Michelle, with the exception of the citizens petition, I haven't forgotten you, Mike. Everything that was on the agenda leading up to the citizens petition. Michelle, is this everything in terms of town-wide requests?
That is everything.
Okay. First of all, everyone, congratulations for getting through the regular way requests on another season. It's been a grind, but we're there. So next up is the citizens petition. I guess it's still outstanding and it's going to be on the warrant unless it's withdrawn. Which means we'll need to vote on it. The question I have and I pose to my fellow colleagues is, do people feel like we should be voting this tonight? Do people feel like we should just wait and see how this plays out before we vote it. It may or may not end up on the warrant, depending on what the petitioner decides. I'm open to any suggestions on this.
It will be on the warrant irrespective of what anybody decides. It has to be.
Okay.
It can't be touched except at town meeting. So.
Except by the petitioner, who can withdraw at any time.
No, they can't. They can't.
Oh, that's interesting.
You have to go back to all the petitioners to do that. Right.
Okay.
So let me offer this. We're way past our adjournment time. This is a difficult discussion that requires, I think, fresh minds. The discussion, I believe, revolves around what the funding sources will be should this warrant article prevail. So let me just, I don't know if I should frame it. I don't want to trigger a discussion right now. We may wind up discussing it and voting it just ahead of town meeting. There is still a fair amount of give and take that needs to take place, particularly coming from the select board. I see good signs of movement, finally, of the select board engaging with the citizens group and taking on their recommendations. But where we're going to come, what it will come down to is where is the funding coming from? And certainly not ready for prime time right now, in my view, from what I can, and I've been following this closely. So I would suggest, and Ralph, tell me what you think, since you're working very closely with them. Either if we are going to meet on Monday, we could take it up on Monday, but I just wonder if we shouldn't schedule a meeting between now and town meeting where we can really, and have the proponents with us and see where we land on whether or not there will be either an amendment or some other means of specifying the funding. There may not be. It may just be the article, the warrant article as written, which does not include funding recommendation.
Well, let me just quickly, let's be very specific. I'll be very quick. What are the items? One is, the first is replace the roof of the town hall. I don't think there's contention there. Number two, install a new sprinkler system. Probably no way that can be done without an engineering study, so I'm not sure where we'd go with that one, but nevertheless, that's what it says. Third, upgrade the HVAC system. That really was just the chiller. And I will tell you right now, not to do the chiller would be a terrible mistake. In fact, it should be done immediately, because it means that the employees will not have any cooling in that building until such time as that chiller is replaced. It's probably a $40,000, $50,000 item, but with some additional cost to install. And the last one is just re-level the main entry walkway, which is brick and which is quite unlevel, in which if we have an ADA requirement, that one's going to have to be leveled no matter what. So really one of these is contentious. Maybe others are really not even content. It should be not in contention at all. But anyway, hopefully there'll be an accommodation, but whatever happens, it will have to happen on the floor of town meeting, assuming hopefully there'll be an accommodation between the citizens group and the select board about what should be done and where the funding should come from. And that's what it is. And that has to be motions on the floor of town meeting. I don't see how that can be different. So.
Thank you, Mike and Ralph. I'm just pausing because I don't really have any other solution other than what you suggested, Ralph.
My questions still revolve around what this actually does, right? I mean, if I think the concept here, great. Okay, are we bound to it? I don't think we are. It doesn't obviously actually carve out money, because we'd have to unfund a bunch of stuff at town meeting floor, and we've done that in the past. We could go through that exercise. So, I'm kind of left going, I mean, if we vote yes, what does it do? If we vote no, what does it do? Like, I'm actually struggling to understand what the mechanism here of what happens with this if we do it. And I don't think anyone has the answer to that. Because in some ways we're already doing it. And if it's only for 1 year and we're doing what we just like, if this passes, do we have to immediately go back and undo the $1 million of funding? Or if we pass it and that we don't do that, then it doesn't apply to the next year. This isn't a year-to-year thing. There's no mechanism for that. So, I'm for this, but I'm also not sure what being for it. I could see myself voting for the concept, but I don't understand what voting for the concept even means at this point for what we are actually doing. So I'm hung up on the actual what this does when it comes to shovels in the ground. Outside of people talking in rooms, what does this do to shovels in the ground, how we approach the building? I've not yet found anyone that has a clear understanding of what it means in that regard.
Well, this is not complex. I really wonder sometimes why people make it so complex. You have a requirement to actually put sprinklers in the historic building because of what Mr. Hallen has done by declaring it unoccupiable. You already know that at some point or other, whether we do it or somebody else does it, sprinklers will have to go into that building or else it will never be occupied. And not to occupy it means to see it go away. So clearly there's no issue there. The question is, how do you do that? There's no question about the roof. We've already agreed on the roof, okay? With regard to the sidewalk, or at least the brick sidewalk, the ADA will require it anyway. You might as well just bite the bullet and do that. And then the last thing is, if we don't do a chiller, I would be appalled that we would ever not vote to do that. And that is so simple and so straightforward. And I suppose if Brian Joyce is still on the line, he can talk about what the current R.W. Sullivan work is with regard to that, because some of the engineering work for that and for the sprinklers and for the alarm system are underway now. But anyway, these are straightforward things. These are not.
It's not. No, I mean it's not straightforward in the fact of how you do it, right? Which is, if this passes at town meeting, are we legally required to immediately spend the money for the other things? Or is it, if it's just a sense of the meeting and it doesn't actually have any action, then great. I just want to be sure that it says provide funding. We have no way to do that.
The way that works, as you know, Corey, is a motion. Okay. And normally the motion comes either through the town manager and or through town council. So there will be a series of motions. I don't know what the motion will say with regard to this. Probably not very helpful. But that has nothing to do with the way the town meeting works, right? You actually then offer the motions as required. So the motions get made, and then people decide, the citizens decide how this actually gets done in this case, unless there is a common agreement here. There may be a common agreement.
How do we vote it, right? Because
there is one, right?
Well, because like we can agree on these priorities, but I absolutely can agree on spending $1 million this year. Right, we just voted a bunch of stuff.
Why do you say $1 million? You don't know.
Because it says informational summary. This article will provide $1 million for funding for the first phase of a cost-effective repair. It says that, right? So
that's the informational article. It is not the motion. Okay, you've got to have the motion before you can actually say that it's $1 million. You have to decide what you're spending money on. People confuse informational articles with motions, right?
What does the citizens petition say?
The citizens petition does not have a motion attached to it.
But there's a petition okay, so it doesn't actually have a spend number in it?
The spend number is an estimate based as an informational summary, but is not specific to the items.
So the informational summary is in the citizens petition.
It is.
Form.
Well, as far as I know, the interesting thing is I don't really know that because it was never part of the actual petition. It was sort of an add-on to that. So no one has actually asked us for an informational summary, as far as I know. I should ask Chris Senior, what is he going to put in the warrant for this? Because I don't know where this is coming from right now. So.
Well, so yeah, I mean, the text in the citizens petition that has the signatures, it's an addendum. So if we don't know where that addendum comes from, okay, we should find that answer. At the top of the form says only proposed article to see if the town will vote appropriate funds, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the petition right now, and I don't see that the addendum is on it, and I'm looking at the stamped copy here. So as far as I can tell, that the citizens petition does need to have an informational summary on it, and probably that ought to be written. But I don't believe whatever's been passed around in the past is not necessarily what it is, so.
So net summary is we have a citizen's petition with a list of things, no price, no funding source. And that's going to turn up in an addendum someday, which was not attached to the filed petition.
Well, it'll show up two ways. One, it'll be an informational summary,
Yeah.
which is we're not bound to, but it will show up as a motion to which we are bound to, right?
To which we don't know yet.
Yeah, right.
So how do we vote?
I don't know what I'm voting on. I think that probably gives you your answer.
Well, that's why you need a bit of a discussion on this. I think it's not, this is too late in the night to have a serious discussion. It's 9:52. You want to do this, have to do that at some point when we got enough time to really talk it through and talk about where we are with regard to the common agreement with the select board, and that's where it's evolving to. So
Yeah.
So I return to my statement of I still don't understand what I'm voting on, which is kind of how I began the entire soliloquy. So here we are.
That's fair enough. It's fair enough. I think it's obvious to me what it is, but what is some of the details are a little bit.
Right. What does my vote mean? That's exactly.
I understand.
Exactly.
That. I do. Sure.
Okay. Francine, Susan, thoughts?
I don't know. Yeah. Is the petition meant to direct the select board and committees like ourselves into what ought to be prioritized? Is that the goal ultimately? Is, as a town, we need to do these things first since we haven't been able to make any decisions whatsoever?
I think that's true.
That really is it. The idea was, I believe, that the citizens petition was to force the restoration and repair of those two buildings. That's what it was. Straightforward.
Right. And itemizing those items to be prioritized.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
And then it's up to the town to figure out how to do it. And the select board is pushing back saying, oh, no, it's not up to us. It's up to you proponents to come up with a funding source. I don't know if that's exactly fair or right, but that is the crux of the discussion right now.
Unfortunately, it's been confused, and I don't want to drag this discussion out. It's been confused by the potential for a nonprofit to do something, but that one is nowhere near maturity. It hasn't even quite been born yet. So you hate to bring that into the discussion, although I ultimately will be brought in, but in the absence of anything concrete, you just have to go forward with what you want to do, which is to fix the buildings so that they are not going to either burn down or leak or become ADA hazards. I mean, that's basically it.
Right. The petition is to require the town government to address the building in 4 ways. And those 4 ways are specified in the warrant article.
That's right.
And so it is the legislature, our town meeting, directing the executive branch, the select board, and the executive branch operations group, town manager, to take the following steps. Just as the select board, it directs the town manager to take certain steps on their policy. It's basically.
Go ahead.
I guess I would characterize it as a policy motion, as a will of the town, if it passes. This is the will of the town.
So is that, sorry, go ahead, Francine, please.
I was gonna say, so then how does, we just voted on the roof for the town hall and built in a contingency? And we may or may not, depending on where the board goes in the next couple of meetings on an ADA study. If those are both items that are pointed out in the citizens petition, how do those dovetail with one another then? What does that mean to the petition if 2 of their items, or at least one, the roof, is already being addressed through the normal course here?
That's an excellent question. And what we're seeing finally, and I keep using that word finally, is a convergence of the citizens petition policy advocacy with the select board.
Can you turn the light on?
So whether the citizen petitioners would get up at town meeting and say, we are pleased to report that the town has already taken step one on point one, but we still want to, they could say, we still want to keep the whole motion, keep the whole warrant article, so that we get the town's support for these 4 items, knowing that work has already been started on point one. Now, that's just my take on the situation. But again, I really
Mike, I
feel
think
we should take this
Mike, you
later.
phrased it. You phrased it great, though, Mike. I think, you know, in that, if the goal of this is after we spent X amount of money on number one, that we're not done. And if that's the messaging that, hey, this is not, we want the town to continue to prioritize, so that way next time when we're going through our capital stuff, we're looking for that $200,000 or whatever. If that is the idea behind this, that's just, I think that's fantastic. And I think Ralph was getting to it too, which is, you know, we keep getting sidetracked by different parts of this, and it's getting away from the spirit. And to Francine's point, the spirit, we're all here. I think the spirit of this is all in line together. So we're just trying to figure out how we preserve the spirit and the momentum going forward in the most productive way possible. I think that's really where all of us are at. So I hope what you're saying is completely true, and this is just us saying, yeah, we want to see the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and we want to see the whole thing to the end. If that's the sense of the meeting, that'd be a great outcome.
So to answer your question, how do we know this is true? Did I get that right? How do we know that this, and what this means is these 4 points constitute a direction coming from the town, from town meeting to the select board and town manager.
And us, don't forget us. I mean, we are part of the
Yeah.
government. I mean, it's not just
Yeah.
external. We're the ones
True.
that vote on it. So we have
Right.
to,
And
we're gonna have to
select
take
board
this and do something.
advisory and capital budget.
Yeah.
It is the sense of the town that we repair the roof on 41 Highland. We
Checkbox.
provide sprinkling and alarm for 41 Highland, specifically the 1857 and 1857 structure.
Original. Yeah.
Original. And to provide air conditioning repair or replacement for the 1987 annex. That is what this is. That is what I think we would be voting on, is a recommend. I'll use the term recommend this article for passage at town meeting without a funding requirement. That we are supporting the sense of this petitioner to be adopted by the town in open town meeting.
Francine, Susan?
But
I don't have anything else right now.
Okay, Susan? You're on mute.
I'm still slightly confused about what we're actually going to vote on. Are we voting on a construct, the framework about, you know, being behind the project moving forward, or are we voting on specific items?
Mike,
Both.
it's my question as well. So let me rephrase the question as I was going to state it, which is, I think, similar to Susan's. If I hear you correctly, Michael, you're saying that this is really a policy and a direction issue. It's not an actual appropriation. And nobody's actually asking us to fund these 4 projects at annual town meeting this year. Is that correct?
I would say that's true. Ralph, do you agree?
Yeah, it's a policy question. There will be a motion. I mean, there will be motions. I mean, you can't avoid that. So there will definitely be motions provided by the town, and there'll be motions provided probably by the petitioner. So yes, there will be ultimately motions, but for now, you're just saying, do we agree that these are the right things, approximately the first things that we should do to at least put these buildings back into use? So it's something that's a little bit strong. I don't mean that, but make them functionally repaired, I guess, would the way I should put it, I guess.
Right,
So
now
it's just-
Ralph,
Yeah,
Ralph has signed the petition, so I can call him a petitioner,
yes.
but not the prime one.
No, I can't withdraw or do anything on the petition. Peter Longley is the one person who can
Right.
change it, but not I. But
I wanted to make the point that we don't really have the proponents on this.
Yeah,
call
no, that's
right
fair.
right.
Okay, it doesn't feel like this is moving towards a vote tonight regardless. Is that the consensus of the group?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
It
I
would be
hope
nice to have
everyone-
a sense of the meeting, to be honest with you, that these are good things to do, but you don't have to if you don't want to. So,
right. I spoke only to educate this committee on the intent of the citizens petition and its goal. And so I hope you're leaving this meeting with a understanding of their intent and their goal.
Okay. That's helpful, Mike. I'm just going to speak individually, and it's one of 6 voices in this conversation, and that is I'm going to be really focused on what it is that I'm being asked to vote for, whether it's an appropriation, whether it's a directional signaling, whatever it is, and I'm going to be really focused on whether or not that's clear. Because I don't want to vote on something and then have it misrepresented that, it's something else.
Right.
And if people are bringing motions to turn this into an actual appropriation at town meeting, we should know that. At least I would want to know that before I even vote on the first step, because I don't want my position to be spun. Whatever it is people are asking for, just let's hear it. Again, that's just me speaking out loud. One of 6 voices. Okay. Is there anything else further that we need to discuss this evening on this item or any others?
No?
Okay. I'm gonna ask Jean. It looks like she's still on. Jean, is there anything that your team at Select Board needs for tomorrow that we haven't addressed as yet? Please, for the love of God, say no.
I mean, we're gonna vote. We're gonna put a vote on the warrant for our residents. We last night were very clear with the citizens petitioners. We wanted to understand the funding sources. We had all these questions. We want to be transparent about whether this is gonna be requiring cuts, tax increases. What are we being asked to do? And there was a bunch of questions. I had a bunch of questions. Other select board members had similar questions, both legal and substantive, akin to what advisory brought up as well, about a whole host of related issues. And so we're going to vote. We're going to put our votes on the warrant because, that's what we're going to do. It's your opportunity to do so. If you don't want to do it and just leave it until town meeting, that's up to capital. These are pretty substantial capital items. And, normally you would vote, I would suggest, on the specificity or lack thereof. So that's really up to you all. I think that, we just want to get it out there for the residents because they're going to get it in hand, in paper, in every mailbox. And so I think advisory is going to vote too, if they haven't already. So it's really up to you all. We're not going to put 2 roofs on a town hall. It's not going to happen.
Double the life. Let's go.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, it's not going to
Well,
happen.
the only difference between a key difference is select board and advisory are very policy focused boards. This board tends to be less policy focused, right? So if this is a policy direction question, I think you guys voting makes a lot of sense. If we have numbers questions still, I think that still gives us the ability to punt a little bit until we understand more. Because our
We
votes
did
have a little bit
yeah.
different tinge to them.
Well, we did have a similar scenario with the feasibility study, I believe, earlier. That was a citizens petition. I want to say 2 years ago, Corey, if I recall correctly. I believe Capital opined on that, even though there wasn't a firm number next to that. You know, we intermittently get these sort of petitions out there, and we have to make these hard decisions. And that's just sort of where we come down to. But it's up to you guys. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure, because we held up a vote because we wanted to respect the process to allow you.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. I mean, if we had to, and I'm not suggesting we do or we should. So I'm gonna make that abundantly clear. But if we had to vote tonight, I don't know what I'm voting on. So that would make it pretty clear where I would come out on this. I mean, if somebody's gonna clarify between now and town meeting, I'm willing to give that time. How do other people feel about it?
I agree.
I agree too. I don't know what the ask is of me.
Well, that's why you need a
Uh-huh.
meeting. You need a meeting where in fact the numbers and the source are put together. That's all. And so given the fact is now 10:07,
Mhm.
It seems to me that you need to schedule another meeting, unfortunately, to hear the numbers. Now, a lot of the numbers are known, but I think it has to come from Peter Longley or somebody else, not from me. And also whether or not there is some accommodation already and whether there'll be more accommodation. It's not well known right now. But I'm looking at those numbers and I can tell you they are well within our capability of the town to pay for them. And we as a town, for having not repaired the building in the last 15 years, would be remiss if in fact we even thought about not repairing our buildings. It is not a winning position.
Agreed.
All right, sounds like this isn't getting voted tonight unless somebody says they want to vote, or unless someone wants to make a motion, in which case we'll vote, but
I can't vote for it, and I can't vote against it. So, I think I'm with you, Brian. I can't vote for it. That doesn't mean I'd immediately vote against it if I was.
yeah, I mean,
forced
what's
to
in front of
vote,
me
yeah.
right now, I can't vote for. Whether or not it changes, we'll see.
Then I'd make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Anyone
Second.
wants- Second? Great. We'll call vote. Corey Evans,
Corey Evans, aye.
Ralph Dormitzer. Oh, hold on. You don't get to vote.
No.
Sorry, Ralph. Why don't you give us a thumbs up? I know you want to go home. All right, Mike Dick,
Mike Dick, aye.
Susan Franklin,
Susan Franklin, aye.
Francine Lyons,
Francine Lyons, aye.
Brian Host, aye. We are adjourned. One item of business, which doesn't require a vote. Do we want to post for, and frankly, doesn't even require us to be in session. Do we want to post a meeting for Monday in case we have something further to, I'll go ahead and post.
So
Just as a
Capitol's
backup.
sorry, Brian. Select Board's also meeting on Monday,
Okay.
so
I don't think we have any further business, but I'm just going to post as a backstop. And should we post it at the same time, Michelle, in the event Select Board wants us there, or should we
that might be a good
stagger
idea,
it?
considering you're gonna hear, if you're gonna have more discussions on the citizens petition and the ADA study potentially.
Why don't I post both? I'll post, what time is the Select Board meeting?
Do we say
Haven't
6
decided
o'clock?
yet.
Oh, I thought we said 6
We'll
o'clock.
have to talk,
Okay,
Brian.
let us
1
know
o'clock in the
tomorrow.
afternoon.
What I'll do is I'll post.
We
a
might
six-
have an exec session, which might maneuver things. So,
Okay. What I was going to suggest is I'll just post two separately. We can cancel either or both as appropriate, but we'll have the flexibility to meet as a quorum if so desired. I'll post one for us to meet independently and one for us to meet jointly during the Select Board session.
And that would be an official joint meeting of the two groups, correct?
Well, I think we'll have to wait and see if the Select Board want to have a joint meeting. but
Only
we
if they
can post-
invite us, but
Yeah.
we will post so that our presence there in a quorum does not violate open meeting law, bare minimum, Mike.
Okay,
Yes.
all
I
right,
won't
thank you.
be out of town. I'll have to be remote. So, but I
Okay.
think that's, we can figure that out.
Yeah, we'll all be remote. So,
Okay, just making sure.
Okay,
okay,
Thank you. Great.
great.
all right, all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have
Good
a great
night.
Good
night.
night.
Right.